hello. Oh, we can hear crowds. A lot of crowds. Even though there's really not many players here. Oh, and then it's gone away. Yeah, I don't know if I've mentioned this. No, it hasn't gone away. It's still there. There's like a dynamic crowd sound effect in this game where enough players get together, you get like this crowd ambient noise. It's really cool and sounds really good. Usually you mostly hear it like Limsa where there's a ton of players. But it's very buggy sometimes. It usually completely bugs out for me, and then I hear like a couple of frames of it as I log out or something really weird. Anyway, I hear it right now, which is bizarre. I mean, there wasn't a patch for this or anything, was there? Hello, everybody. Welcome to 2.5. We're here, kind of, at the end of the game. This is the last patch at the end of the patch series for Base: A Realm Reborn. We're not going to be doing all of it, however, today. Square Enix actually split this thing into 2 chunks. There was well, all of the patch series were split into multiple chunks, like different features slowly roll out. So you'd have like 2.5, 1, and then 2.52, and then 2.53. There were lots of mini patches, but nearly always they would bulk all the story out, all in the base initial release, except for now at the end, where they spread the story over the very first and final patch of the series. Now, I've done a little cursory reading about this. So this is technically part 1, basically. There's 2.5, part 1. I think it's called Before the Fall or whatever. I can't remember what. I literally just titled this goddamn YouTube video of it. I forgot it. And then there's a part 2 as well. And I believe they're a pretty hefty chunk of time apart from one another. We'll look at the months in a second. Now, I've been very curious about that because they do that every expansion. The 0.5 always comes in 2 parts. They may as well just say that it's 6 episodes. It's 6 patches. It should be 0.5 and then 0.6, right? But they call it 0.5 and then 5.5. I don't know why. I mean, did they originally just want to commit to the 5 episodes and then they realized the gap was going to be too long in the wait for the expansion? So they siphoned some of the story off and put it towards the end of the release. I don't know. So the thing is, today's episode might be a little bit shorter than normal. Most of these patches came out with 19 quests. 19! And a bunch got culled away in later years. So like the very first one went all the way down to 10, right? But the one we did yesterday, in the last part, was 18. You know, huge patches with loads and loads and loads to do. 19 goddamn quests. However, this one has just 8. There's only 8 that we're doing today. There is a very cool dungeon integrated into those 8. There's also no extreme. There is a trial that will be coming up here, but they never made an extreme for it. So to me, that looks like crunch. That looks like, you know, loftier ambitions than they had or something, or I don't know. In terms of like getting the first expansion out, were they thinking Heaven's Ward was going to come out even quicker than it did in the end? I really want to know definitively why this patch is split in half in the way that it is. But I can't really find anything. It's like I hate it when this happens. You know, you get curious about the purpose for something or the meaning or the origin of something, but it's just people discussing the thing itself. Like if you go to Google and you look up 0.5 or 0.55, it's just it's just discussions from people who have accepted that that's the status quo, and they're talking about it, you know, post the base game or post Heaven's Ward or post Stormblood or post Shadowbringers or post Endwalker. You know, there's just a billion conversations from all different eras of this game, but none of them are actually asking the question why. I assume some people played it back then and do know. I would love to know in the comments, the live chat. Who knows? So that was one of the little jobs I had set myself to figure that out, and I failed. And do you know what, guys? I kind of failed in a lot of ways. I didn't realize how much stuff I had left to do before the start of this episode. We're starting about an hour later than normal here. And one of the main reasons for that is just I've been kind of away from the game the past 2 days, and we had a couple of things here. So the next main story that I have to play, that we're going to be playing, is this Good Intentions. We get it from Mordona, as you might expect. But this is locked. The start of patch 2.5 is locked. You cannot proceed unless you have gone to Urianger at the Waking Sands. Let's use one of these tickets. The crowd noises are kind of weirding me out. I wonder if they'll be stuck here forever. See, I've done a bit of a weird thing logging in here, and I wonder if that's messed with the audio engine. Oh, gods. They are bugged, aren't they? In fact, I don't hear anything else. Wait, is it actually the game audio? It is the game audio. Oh my god, my Final Fantasy audio is just broken. I mean, you guys are hearing this with me, right? Oh god, I'm going to have to log out, and then we're going to have to log back in. All right, let's see here. Oh god, oh, I just did so much waiting around. All right, well, let me finish this conversation here with this weird, like I said, this is buggy. This weird ghostly crowd around me. So, yeah, you need to do Urianger's quest here. Remember at the end of the very first patch this series, we were told that the Primals were back in their hard mode variations, and we had to go and kill them all. And what I did on the Let's Play was I swapped us over to Macon, and I showed us the extremes while we were doing that job. So we've done it all on screen, but Tremor hadn't technically beaten the hard mode guys, so I had 3 Primals to kill. So let's log out now and see if it fixes. I don't think it will, though, because I've just been logged out. Basically, guys, I was logged in, ready to go, and I had so much random stuff to do, like images to gather and things to show you, that the game logged me out in the meantime. And then I tried to swap data center while I was logged out, and there was like a whole new bug that I'd never seen before, and it was saying, oh, you need to log out properly. So then I needed to log in and then log back out. And now here we are again. Yeah, it's broken here. All right, you guys are just going to be seeing a black screen for a second. Oh my god, I can still, even though the client is closed, I can still hear the crowds. Oh my god, do you know what we could actually do here? That would look very cool. Connection with the server lost, it's telling me. What the hell? Oh! Oh, weird. It's working. Do I have 2 versions of the client open? No. Oh my god, what is this? This is so weird, guys. This is very strange. Oh, authentication error has occurred. Okay, alright. Good job, netcode. Final Fantasy netcode. Here, let's have a look at a random image. There we go. Let's look at the platonically hugging Ronso here. Best of friends they are. Nothing. Roommates we're looking at there. And Tremor's the 3rd roommate. It's like something out of Will and Grace. Okay, so finally the game has closed. Now let's see. Can I reboot it, please? That would be very nice. So yeah, I had to beat the 3 Primals. I went into queue to do that, and it was like a 30-minute predicted queue. This was so I obviously normally I'm on Ravana, which is oceanic. It's the middle of the night for them right now. No one would be online. I knew there was no way I was going to get a pop. So I transferred Tremor back to Kraken, entered the matchmaker there, thinking, well, I'll be able to get the fight here. And it said 20 minutes, I guess, because, you know, it's still a work day and it's early for Americans even. So I'm trying to play this game, like, at the worst possible time, and I'm not an EU, and it's just all a... So I thought, oh my god, I can't... I'm not going to be able to get a queue. This is going to take forever, because I've got 3 of them to fight. So I decided to do it on... Oh my god, this is weird. Tales of love. It's not letting me log in. It's not letting me do anything. Uh-oh. Hold on, let's try this. Proceed to materia. I'm trying to swap over to materia. I'm not going to show you the game for a second, because what a terrible intro this is. I had this all set up so it'd all be slick, and it would all work out. All right, we're logging in. Brilliant. Okay. All right. Fresh start here. There we go. Final Fantasy is now open, and we get to play the game, and the music's fine. Not any weird crowd noises that's bugged us out. So yeah, right, long queue, couldn't get it even on America, so I decided to play a healer, and it went from like a half-an-hour queue to in an instant pop. Seriously, that's how in demand healers apparently are. So I got to fight all 3 primals on my healer, but I didn't have all my skills unlocked, and indeed that's the next plan that I've had for this episode. If you watched the last bonus part, we unlocked Rogue and then started our journey as a ninja. Really lengthy story, a cool story actually, with some interesting characters. The destruction of Limsa was in there. Very long, very, very, very long. So I had the White Mage stuff going on, which was comparatively really short. The White Mage stuff was like, go to one spot in the forest, pray at a rock, and then that's it. And then go back, and that's the quest done. So the quests were very, very quick. An interesting thing happened, though. Out of my soul crystal in this story, a great white mage from the past actually manifested here on Eorzea and passed on their knowledge to me, which is quite similar to what happens in the Black Mage story, by the way. And they talked a little bit about white mages and black mages. They talked a little bit about the Padgel. There was a little bit with the Moogles. It was a much shorter story, though. Very, very short, really, comparatively. You know, instead of 5 hours to be the whole thing, I did it in like... And, you know, I was not reading it out loud, so obviously it's a lot quicker when you're just reading on your own. But anyway, yeah, we have created this fancy robe for ourselves. This is the iconic base game white mage gear with the big hoods and the reds and so on. Quite exciting stuff, actually, in terms of skills. Now, I'm obviously not a good mage. A white mage. I'm going to try to do it in this patch. But we do have a bunch of new skills. First thing that I want to draw attention to is this, the Afflatus Solace button. Now, I unlocked this just from leveling up. This has nothing to do with the class quests that I just played. I got this at level 52. Now, level 52 is interesting, guys, because it's not base game. The level cap was 50 for the base game. None of these quests would have been giving me XP back then, I guess, which is kind of weird to think about. So I got this, and it says restores HP for a lot, but it costs a lily, right? I don't have that mechanic still. I unlocked that mechanic in the first expansion. Level 50 plus, level 50 to 60, that is all Heaven's Ward stuff. So I don't have any lilies. So this button's just a dead button. Even doing the class quests didn't change that. That's like a glimpse into the future, I guess. So even though we've had it for episodes and episodes and episodes now. So I'm just going to remove that from my bar, all right? I don't know. We'll deal with that in Heaven's Ward. Not sure what lilies are. Let's ignore that. So there really is no mechanic at all. There's no like special UI or anything for this class right now. But I did get a bunch of cool new buttons. So we got Cure 3 or Curaga. So let's see. Cure is really cheap. You can spam it and you get a 15% chance for a free Cure 2 if you spam it. I don't think that's the right thing for me to do. I think that's a bad idea. I think generally you can just lucid dream to get your MP back and try not to rely on this. This is like a last resort, maybe? I don't know. Pretty sure it's not a good idea to spam that. Cure 2, Cura, just a big chunky heal. This is what I tend to be healing with at the moment. And now we have Cure 3. This came from the quests, so it says restores my own or a target member's HP and all party members near the target. So it's like an AoE around whoever you're hitting. So, and the potency is lower. So I think this might be one of those traps where a lot of players are like, oh, Cure 3, that's my new thing that I should spam. But it's more MP by quite a whack, and it's less potency. And if you think about the way that this game plays, right, the tank is sort of standing on their own a lot of the time, because the tank's in front of the mob. The melee DPS are probably behind, flanking at least, which will put them back here, or rearing. So I don't know whether they're in range for a Curaga. Probably not, possibly not. Curaga's possibly good if you're going to hit the back line. Everyone clumped together. If you imagine like Titan, when we were all pulled together, maybe. But when you're healing lots of people like that all at once, it's probably because there's been like a raid wide or something. In which case, surely you're going to use Medica 2. Which is just a kill party. This is all very Guild Wars 1-y, by the way. You could rename some of these skills and icons, and they'd be exactly the same as Guild Wars 1 skills. So I don't really know where Curaga fits in here. I'm sure there are moments where it's good. It's like where you want the AoE on a ball of players, but you want it bigger than Medica 2. Medica 2 applies regen as well to the whole party, which is fucking epic, really. Really strong. And we saw that when we were fighting Ultimate Weapon before. So I don't know. I don't know. These are just my, I'm not an expert. I don't know. Don't be mad at me for not knowing, please. But yeah, so that's my interpretation so far. And so some other exciting stuff. We got just a straight up regular regen. I love casting this in normal Final Fantasy games. I guess I can just throw that away on a tank. It says it's an instant cast, but it does have a GCD, so it's a little bit annoying. It's not like truly like just weave it in anywhere you like. So yeah, but I guess just regen a tank and then just do your business. We have our dot arrow, and then of course the amazing Holy. So what I didn't know about Holy, what I didn't realize, this is Holy. Boom! It doesn't look as cool as in the other games. Sorry. It is. All right, there's two things I want to say about Holy's visuals. One, it's amazing. Look at it. You've got the big glowing orb. Lifting up and up, ready? Up, 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 boom! Very cool. It is pretty, and it's huge visual noise, and it's why I cull visual noise away a lot of the time. It's a massive new... It's my big AoE ability. Finally, I get something that's not spamming stone, and it stuns everyone. So if I can land that nice and early at the start of a pull, then, you know, this is defensive in a way, you know, and I felt that. I've tanked a lot in this game. And oh, by the way, speaking of tanking a lot, you get a lot of commendations on tank. But whenever I did those trials a second ago, I was getting like triple commended, quadruple commended, just because I played a healer. I didn't even do anything special. I didn't even have all my buttons. It's crazy. Anyway, it's pretty. That's thing number one. Thing I want to say number one. It is pretty. However, I'm not a fan of it compared to the other Final Fantasy. It doesn't have the cool snappy sound effect. It doesn't sound deadly. I don't know. I tend to think of Holy as single target. But whatever. So yeah, big iconic ability. This is what White Magian's all about, spamming Holy, really. So we have Holy now. Then there's another button that we got. And it's this one. It's called Benediction. So this one's on a 180-second cooldown. This is a big button. Alright, when we add our third skill bar, I'm going to be basically putting this down here, I think. Because my big button's usually on the very bottom left. Which is like backslash for me. Retort, which is slightly clunky, but again, it's a long cooldown. So you're not pressing it that often. Restore, just straight up give them all their health back. Instantly. Instantly fully recharge a target's HP. That's very cool. I didn't realize that that's how Benediction worked. I thought it was just a fat heal. But I guess it's Cure 2 that's the fat heal. So there you go. That's White Mage, as it now is. And then, of course, these other buttons we've already seen. Presence of Mind speeds me up. Ethereal Shift lets me dash somewhere. I have Raise. I got to Swiftcaster Raise in Titan earlier on Titan Hard. So there you go. And it's cool. It's pretty... Unfortunately, this armor is not actually my best armor right now. So what I really need to do is set up a glamour plate for it. Because it's trying to equip some different gloves. But there you go. So, with all of that said, and some of the things that I've been doing, I think now let's have a quick look at what the patch is all about. I love that we're at the Waking Sands here, by the way, guys. When the story has moved on from this place. So one last little look at our Ronso friends here. I love that there's these two players who have no idea about this stream series. I don't realise they've appeared across like multiple episodes of it now. Where's my thing? Okay. Resources, FF. Post patches, 2.5. So many subdirectories. Here we are, guys. Before the fall. Haha. So, is that La Habrea back? Red Master Ascian? We have another one's named. We met someone called Igiorim, didn't we? It's not Elidibus. It's not in white. But who's that next to it, you might think? That's me. That's the Warrior of Light. That's how I appear as I'm represented in cutscenes and whatnot. With Guild Wars, they keep changing that character, and you don't really feel much of a connection. But it's really weird. Through all the concept art and the CGI trailers and stuff, you end up feeling a real connection for that Warrior of Light. I don't know what class he's supposed to be at the moment. Is that Paladin gear that he's in, maybe? I'm not sure. But yeah, so there's an Ascian before the fall. And we're just doing the start here, patch 2.5. So what is all the dates for all this stuff, you might be wondering? Well, here, on their official website, I got this snap. So it says here, Before the Fall came out on the 20th of January, 2015. Which feels like quite a long gap, actually. Isn't that like 6 months? The last one we did was what? It was around October. Happy Halloween to everyone, by the way. Okay, it's not 6 months. It's weird. Halloween always seems so far away from January in my mind, but it's not, is it? I guess the gap is exactly the same as normal. So, look, we've got January, and then kind of another 3 months for Before the Fall Part 2. Again, why not just call that 0.6? I don't know. You know, I think of Guild Wars because of Season 3 and Season 2 as having 6-part seasons. I don't know. But here you'll see, so the first chunk came out, we're in January now, January 2015. So we are a year and a half on from the launch of A Realm Reborn. And in about 6 months, the first expansion's coming out. People have known about Heaven's Ward at this point for a good long while. It was announced with 2.4. You'll see that there's a whole chunk of stuff here. There's side stories, there's dungeons. There is also Odin. But I'm pretty sure Odin was added. I mean, we could do Odin today, actually. Depends how things go. I don't know. This isn't many quests, but it could take a long time for us to get through, so I don't know. But we might be able to do Odin today. That could be kind of cool. But Odin, the Dark Divinity, as you can see there. So, yeah, that's where we are. We're in January, and it'll be a couple more months for Part 2 to come out. What else have I got for you all? I've got a little description here. With the emergence of a new emperor in Garlemald, the threat of an Imperial invasion once again looms over Eorzea. Meanwhile, revelations of conspiracy have sown strife among the Uldar's ruling class, and the soul in its precarious peace now hangs in the balance. A storm of chaos gathers. Will the scions of the Seventh Dawn be able to weather the arduous trial as it begins? Yet lots of crazy shit happened in the last story. The Sultana is planning to abdicate and create an entirely new state in Uldar. Teleji seems to be scheming and plotting not just about the Omega Weapon, but other stuff. I mean, thank God for us and the Crystal Braves, really, because that's all that we've managed to set up so far. For the patch details here, we have new content. Before the fall, Part 1 was 8 quests. Part 2 was double that length, 16. So really, the bigger part of 0.5 is in the second chunk. If you take both chunks together, this is like a mega quest, a mega patch. Because usually there were 19, and here we're at, what, 24? No quests from the 2.5 series were ever removed, with the Shadowbringers pruning many years later in the 5.x series. Hildebrand's story finished here. Chapter 5, we haven't seen that. The Delivery Moogle's got another 7 quests, and basically finished as far as I know. The Alliance Raid, that's the Crystal Tower story. They have their final wing here, the final chapter. It's called The World of Darkness. Huh, does that sound familiar from some of the History of Eorzea readings we did to you guys? Well, it should. And then what else do we have? The Keeper of the Lake will be playing. 2 more hard mode dungeons. I didn't even get to the ones in 2.4, so we've got 4 of those now to play. There are a bunch of trials. Some of those are a part of the Hildebrand thing. Some of those we'll be seeing in the main story here. PvP got another Borderlands. And then there's even this thing called the Mandeville Gold Saucer. Now that was 2.51. So that was just after what we're currently playing, I guess later in January. That will be the subject of a bonus episode next time, so don't you guys worry about the Gold Saucer just yet. Then for system changes, the Duty Finder give you notifications when it pops. That's crazy that it didn't initially. Zodiac Weapons, the Legendary Grind continues. And when I say Legendary Grind, by the way, I mean storyline. It's a storyline that's continuing. And then this last one I don't really know. It says Ethereal Wheels. Charge up free company actions without using company credits. I guess that's something for guild masters or whatever. I'm not sure really. So talking about versus Guild Wars 2 now, this is pretty interesting. Now this is the biggest spreadsheet that we've seen. I've included quite a few columns this time from Hornswoggle. Here, oh, how do I get them all on the screen at once? Sorry if this is kind of hard to read here, guys. So versus Guild Wars 2, we're kind of interesting. So at the very top there, we have... I'm trying to get this to fill the screen perfectly, and it's just not wanting to. At the very top there, we have the Heaven's Ward announcement and 2.4. That was last episode. That was at the end of October, as you can see there. In fact, it lined up, didn't it? I played that on this Let's Play. Oh my god, hold on. I played that on this Let's Play exactly 10 years after it came out. How did none of us notice that? It was like the same day of the month and everything. I played it a decade later, right? That's crazy. How didn't we notice that? Exactly a decade later. What did I talk about on the spreadsheet last time? Well, whatever. There you go. So, look, that was 2.4. Heaven's Ward. Maybe it didn't line up perfectly. I feel like it did. Meanwhile, Guild Wars was in the middle of a bunch of Season 2 patches. This is when they threw a bunch of Season 2 out. And ArenaNet never announced Heart of Thorns until Season 2 was finished, remember? With the big, amazing CGI cutscenes and stuff. And that's it for Guild Wars after Point of No Return. That 13th of January patch with Point of No Return, that was it. It went silent as they churned and worked their asses off to get Heartthorns out. And if you guys remember, and now I covered this game as an adult, and I can tell you, the first time the term content drought really appeared was there. After that Point of No Return release, the wait for the expansion, people were, you know, saying, oh, there's nothing to do. There was like a festival-esque patch with some Mordrum in it, in the middle. I mean, people were grumpy about so much shit back then. So many massive, ludicrous, like, community shit fits getting thrown. Cancel your pre-order bonus, you're not getting a character. Shit like that, right? The Ascended Gear stuff. Oh, it's a slippery slope. They're going to keep adding new gear tiers. It's a slippery slope. And shit like that. Oh, my God. There was a lot of, like, rage and misfortune. And a lot of it, I think, was... it was born from a very real issues with the game and dissatisfaction with the direction of the game and the kind of content we were getting with the game. And it was erupting in the community in weird ways. People weren't, like, advocates of the game anymore that were in the community. That should have been fans and should have been fighting for the game. Instead, they were riling up and infighting and bickering and, you know, telling people to cancel their purchases and shit like that. Based on, like, trivial things, but it's because there was a real place of dissatisfaction. Anyway, that's all 10 years ago now, I guess, or 9.5 years ago. Ancient history, I suppose. Doesn't feel like it to me, but there you go. So anyway, yeah, ArenaNet waited a long time for their announcement. In fact, this spreadsheet suggests that they announced it. What's it suggesting? It's suggesting they announced it in June. That's not right. They announced it after Point of No Return. So that's in the wrong slot on the spreadsheet, isn't it? Surely it is. Anyway, so around now, basically, we're in January, guys. Last week, we're January 20th right now. Last week, Season 2 ended. Which is weird. I don't remember that happening in a January, but there you have it. Last week, Season 2 ended, and Heartthorns got announced. So both games have had their expansion announcements at this point, as far as I can interpret this and remember this. But of course, Final Fantasy is actually, even though, you know, there's that whole missing year and all that, 2 missing years, really. The year they developed 2.0 and the year that it was 1.0. They're going to get Heavensward out first. Which is just mental to me. Like 2 months earlier. And when you guys... And look, for anyone who hasn't played or seen Heavensward, once we get through that Let's Play, and you see how big Heavensward is, it's amazing that they did Heavensward, such a fucking meaty project, with all of these... It's mind-blowing. And looking back at it, it's no surprise, really, that this game had such a good foundation to eventually tell such a brilliant story. But there you go. There's our tacky shitting on Guild Wars 2 moment of the episode. Hope you all enjoy. And that's it. That's all of our images. So let's jump on in now to Before the Fall, Part 1. 7 quests. Possible Odin. There is no Odin Extreme, but I would absolutely love to min-eye level that bad boy. So we get at least a little bit of an experience. That would be amazing. I'm already boiling hot. How is it so hot? I feel like my PC is heating up my room much more than it used to. Right, off to Moenbryda. And I can finally have a sip of drink. And hello to people who've made it live. Isn't Odin RNG? What do you mean? Is he RNG? Not the nerd voice. I mean, look, I've got no sympathy for... Okay, I have a little bit of sympathy. Not sympathy, what's the... Empathy, I guess? I somewhat understand... people's dissatisfaction back then. But holy shit, the amount of outrages. There were genuinely like 3 or 4 epic outrages about Guild Wars during that era, and I didn't agree with any of them. Right, we already spoke to all these guys about all this stuff. Hello, Rio. A lot of new faces have come in from all over to join the Crystal Braves. We're glad of the help, of course, but it's still right pain in the ass training them up. Indeed. Did we speak to all these people? No, yeah, because you didn't give me my food, Flamin, and you spun the plate around. Yeah, that period was when I really sort of fell out of love in a lot of ways with the community for the first time. It happened much more decisively and much worse in later years. But it was when I sort of thought, man, I'm not like these people. The first time, sort of realised that. And that the room was starting to change. I was no longer amongst Guild Wars 1 players. who were busy mass exodusing and getting very bitter around that period of time, I guess. Okay. Minfilia is considering what to do. I am most eager to address the Ascian threat. It's interesting to me that I had to beat the Primals to accept this. Yeah, I don't know whether it's actually going to come up in the story as an explicit requirement there. I am most eager to address the Ascian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last Primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the Primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Yeah, I don't know whether that was wise either. Lest you forget, antecedents, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Tremor, in particular, is ever a steadying hand. Oh, you're being nice. Who I trust will continue to support the Braves. So we'll do his nice voice. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been any further developments regarding the situation in Uldar? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Rabon needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I'm to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time travelling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Uldar, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Alright, bye-bye, Alfredo. Enjoy your new life in Uldar, where you got stabbed earlier, but, you know, recovered very comfortably. Here he is being independent again, but, you know, he's fine. He's always been fine, right? Moenbryda's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I'm not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Yeah, so we're going to trap an Ascian in the White Aura site, and then we're going to break it with an ethereal blade. And we're going to try to charge that ethereal blade with another piece of White Aura site. The very sort of ticky-tacky sort of specifics there, but, you know. Chema, while we focus on that task, perhaps you could assist Alphino and his Braves with theirs? It would do so much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organisations and nations cannot. Yeah, I like how in the main story they told us to go join one of the Grand Companies, and I've opted to do fuck all with that Grand Company. I ranked up once. I don't do hunts with them, even though that system's in the game now. I don't do front lines with them. I don't know when squadrons unlock. It hasn't been in any of these patch notes, so I guess it's not yet. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. No worries, Alphino. You're warming on me a little. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riel's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Uldan riots. When you're finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favour to ask. If there are any additional developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Okay, Minfilia, can you put on those other clothes? I thought she was very cute in a wintry outfit. And now she's just back to boring old Minfilia sitting behind the desk. Trahanfilia. I mean, Trahan's out on the field with us a lot. I don't know. That's not really a very good comparison, is it? While we focus on resolving the Ascian threat, pray devote your energies to assisting Alphino and the Crystal Braves. Okay. Farewell.
Farewell, my lady. I'll protect you from afar.
14 has had... Oh, this is quite interesting. Yeah, tell me about this. 14 has had countless outrages and controversies in the community. Some justified, but some was for the dumbest thing. Heaven's Ward was one of the most controversial expansions 14's had. Really? I can see one thing that I think is not very nice about Heaven's Ward, and I'll talk about it when we get to that Let's Play. And I'm sort of like... but I don't think it's sort of outrage-worthy. I don't think it's people making... Like, one of the top upvoted threads of all time on the Guild Wars 2 subreddit, to this day, 10 years later, is don't pre-purchase Heart of Thorns. When I look at the FF14 community and the shit that they're fussed about, it's like... It's really difficult to take them seriously. I feel this a lot on the internet, not just in games, right? But just in general, any kind of topic on the internet. You can tell there are... How... Oh, God, the way this is... How do I say this in a way that's not ridiculously ugly? You can tell some people haven't really experienced much legitimate hardship because the things that they're wrapped up and obsessed with are, like, not important, but they're fucking fuming about them. It's like, you probably haven't really lived, you know? You haven't really had anything going on in your life, so now this is the big deal, right? And it's like... You know, this doesn't actually matter. And I feel that way with FF14 a lot of the time. They've been so lucky and so privileged and in such a good situation for so long. The things they think are important aren't really. And that just happens on a general societal level, you know, like throughout Earth's history, we're in the most peaceful period and, you know, all these problems have been solved by medical science and technology and education, blah, blah. We do live in a brilliant period of history, but there will always be problems and society will tunnel vision on whatever it can. And the emotions people feel from those problems are going to be just as big and grandiose, even though they are becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. And having that perspective is really important, and I think a lot of people lose perspective. I think Final Fantasy players have lost perspective. When they're throwing their shit at the wall because one class does 2% more damage than another, it's like, it's not actually a big deal, right? Chill out. You don't need 50 pages of forum conversation about how there's a 3% difference in class damage here or here, right? You don't need that. It doesn't actually matter that much. It's funny as well because I did a dungeon. Rocker was in one of the dungeons, like in the last episode, and he showed me a screenshot of how much damage Picto was doing. And there's like these hugely different balance concerns in this game at lower level scales, but nobody cares to talk about those. There are actual real things to discuss, but people are obsessed with these tiny fractions of DPS difference. It's like, it's not. Like, I'm coming from Guild Wars where routinely, for years on end, one class will do, like, billions more damage than another class. Well, okay, I'm exaggerating with the word billions, but they'll do huge percents more damage with insane quality of life and a much easier rotation and stuff. And it's like, those kinds of things are just unaddressed, or unaddressable, maybe I'll say, to give Arena the benefit of the doubt there, for years and years and years. And then you look at Final Fantasy, and it's like, or like they bitch that the content is too regular and predictable. Oh... You're giving me 2 dungeons in a trial on a 0.1 patch, but you did that last expansion, and you did that the expansion before. Why is this so regular? Why do I only have an MSQ and a trial and a raid at this point? I'm in a content drought. Like, fuck off. You're not. It's like, it's that thing where really you do want to shop around a bit and have some other gaming experiences to see whether you've got it good or not, you know? And I think a lot of people in a lot of walks of life, different areas, we're all blinded by not realising or not meditating and reminding ourselves where we have it good, you know? I think the Final Fantasy community doesn't. Maybe I'm totally wrong, because I'm a noob, ultimately. But that's my read of the room for today. Ignorant as ever, I'm sure. Pleasure as always, Tremor. You'll be escorting the commander to Uldard, I take it? Actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you'd be so kind as to repeat your report for his benefit. Right then. Ooh, okay, we're getting tense. And look, to cap that conversation off, I'm obviously saying that it doesn't mean the discussion isn't worthwhile. Look, if all issues are solved, that now a 3% damage difference is everything. Because the bosses are tuned really tightly, and it does actually have, like... Look, even though the issue is petty, if it's one of the only issues left, I'm not trying to stifle that conversation necessarily. You know, fine, have the conversation. People want to talk about the game. They're fans of the game. There are things that could be better. Why not talk about it? I'm not trying to put my boot on all discussion. It's just the emotionally charged language that comes into those discussions and the phrasing that comes into those discussions. People lose themselves. That's all I'm saying. You know, it's cool. Let's keep making the game better. It's a never-ending thing, and progress and, you know, debate and discussion about these things should always happen. Like, I'm not anti the discussion in the first place. Just, you know, because there's this other thing that happens with games where people overstate the magnitude of issues because they're desperate for the devs' attention on it. You know, you kind of have to overblow how something is to convince someone else to be on board with it, to maybe turn the ship around. Because the fact is, we as the gamers, the people playing it, we have no power. And I feel that's a lot stronger in Western-made games, by the way, for Western audiences. I've always felt like if you're in the West and you're playing a Japanese product like Nintendo products, you know, if you're really into Mario or something, it's kind of a little bit nicer covering those games because you know the devs aren't listening. Like, you don't have to do this big song and dance, really, because they're not listening. They don't give a fuck, all right? If you're Japanese playing FF14, maybe there's this tense feeling, oh, I need my voice to be heard, and that emotion's there. But I feel like some of that gets cut away a little bit, and the way that discourse happens around studios that are disconnected from their audience, in a lot of ways, I actually think it's a little bit healthier, because, you know, not everything is a petition to the ears of the maker. And that really stresses me out with Guild Wars, by the way. One of the things that I actually find unsatisfying about Guild Wars content now is I feel like everything I'm doing is always a petition. But I don't feel that way with this, and it's kind of liberating in a way, and it lets me chill a bit. I don't know. Just as a weird sidebar there. Anyway, yeah, so look, the discussions are fine. It's just, let's remember how important this stuff really is. Anyway, let's play the story here. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons what found their way into the refugees' hands a ways back. Wait, what? Which refugees? So happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of a sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such quantities of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that that merchant was caught who caught an arrow while talking to Tremor, don't it? Generous fellow who was doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Oh, I remember, yes. Of course, in Uldar. Yeah, there was that mysterious guy on the cliff and he shot... Yeah. It would be easy to forget that. Which isn't to say... Wasn't that in point 3? Which isn't to say that these citizens have the same mischief in mind. But if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Yeah, who was that guy? Who's this mysterious person around Uldar? Sowing this chaos and strife. Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best, because it was a man, right? And we dealt with a woman in the last part. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Tremor? Hey, Nightly Winter, thank you for the 5 gift memberships. Thank you. That's very, very nice of you. I didn't miss one higher up, did I? I did. Holy shit. John with 10. Thank you, guys. Oh, my God. You're really carrying this stream. You seriously are. Thank you, everyone. There's a lot of scrolling there in chat. I want to read it, because it's probably about the fun stuff we were just talking about. Hold on. Let's get through this cutscene. Then it's settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilberd at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you'd excuse me, I must leave for Uldar. I expect good tidings. Okay, alright, we're just getting started here. Little bit more of the subterfuge and intrigue. Has everybody moved, by the way? They might have. Don't keep Captain Ilberd waiting for too long, mate. He might have to start without you. I love the reels in the Crystal Graves. Hello, Tremor. You sleeping well? You must be absolutely exhausted from saving the realm on a daily basis. So someone left a comment that apparently, you know, there's these purged quests. Apparently, you know, Hichu was learning to be a juggler. Apparently, some of the purged quests have, like, featured her trying to get a new job. Like, apparently it's been a long, like, an ongoing thing. We can't play them anymore. And I'm like, oh man, I kind of want to as a side story. Can Square Enix have moved them into as a side story instead of deleting them forever? Ever since Moenbryda arrived, the Rising Stones have been buzzing with excited energy. I must admit, her enthusiasm is rather contagious. I'm unfamiliar with the dishes of the lands to the north. Perhaps once Moenbryda has concluded her current research, she might deign to share with me her culinary knowledge. Is Papalimo. Moenbryda has charged us with acquiring some rather esoteric manuscripts, but I'm afraid the task is proving to be nigh impossible. When the City of Learning was abandoned, a great many tomes were scattered and lost. How smoothly our research might proceed were we able to peruse archives of yesteryear. Wait, the City of Learning? What's the City of Learning? Do you mean what, a place on the Charlian colony? When one is in need of precious commodities, it helps to have friends in the right places. Fortunately, I am well acquainted with the charming daughter of a successful Uldan import merchant. We are in need of a rare ore to modify the white aurosite, and Thancred solved the problem using only his link pearl. I mean, it's great and everything, but where's the fun in that? I would say that that's a pruned quest, but we know that none are pruned from this. We were but stripling adventurers the night we saw fire rain from the sky, and a pillar of light scorch the heavens. What a sight that was, eh, calling it? Hori and I were in eastern Thanalan when the colossal shards of Dalam had pierced the ground. We stood witness on the subsequent explosion of Aether and watched dumbfounded as the swirling energy solidified into those twisted crystal structures that we now know so well, the ones dotting the landscape, like the one that was in the lighthouse, I guess. It's interesting, he describes that a lot like that weird vision we've had in the Echo of the meteors. Oh, Moenbryda's listening to them. These two have been telling me stories about corrupted crystal formations that appeared following the Calamity. I'll need more data before I could draw a conclusion, but I'm intrigued by the potential of their untapped energies. Ah, so we might be able to use those. They could be cooking something up there. Alright, let's head on over to Ilberd to try to deal with this snake in Thanalan. Good intentions. Interesting name for a quest. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. You remember those quests with Tataru? You didn't know that they'd been cut? Yeah, I mean, I haven't been able to play any of them. And I have no memory of playing them. That whole thing about her playing with the skills and stuff is totally new to me. Totally new. I mean, what do you do in the quests? I guess for main story, it probably feels a bit weird. It's more like another side story, you know? It's like Chitaru's occupation or whatever. Sorry, what's this? Did I make some of the emotes or did I forget that they exist in general? Wait, is that directed to me? I'm trying to scroll up here. Heaven's big controversy was the raid community almost dying off. And Diadem sucking so bad is the only piece of content removed from the game for a long while. What was Diadem? Isn't that building the housing district? Or was that something else later? I must admit, I don't like the Heaven's Ward raids. They're weird. But the game was still finding its feet with a lot of that stuff. Ah, Tremor, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologise. This is far beneath a man of your standing, and Commander Levier needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, it is only natural he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Wait, what are you telling me? That I'm not needed? Sorry, I read it out loud, but I didn't really take it in. What did he say? Alright, my scouts are keeping a close eye, he says. He hired a few men to stand guard. Well, I can help out. No, the situation's going on. What are you just trying to get rid of me? Bait and switch. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Tremor. Okay, Elbert, I'll follow you into battle. Oh, look how far away he's running. Alright, there we go. We get the camera control back. It's funny that the timing on that is variable. You know, once a quest ends, how long the game sort of locks you in place or whatever. Or what are they talking about with the Lost Library or whatever? The destruction of the Isle of Vow and the knowledge that was there, maybe? It's funny, I think I had the distinct impression when I first played this game that Moenbryda was from the Isle of Vow, but of course she wouldn't have been, right? She's from Chrysalis. I guess I didn't know the distinction between the two places. And I think, fair enough, right? We don't get to go to either. They didn't even appear on the world map originally. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? And let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Tataru's Summoner arc is referenced in Endwalker. Oh, if you play Summoner, does she want to be a Summoner? Is that the thing? Because she doesn't really have a class, right? Most of the Scions end up with a class. It's like a big thing. These Golden Fleece are a part of my hunt log, so here, check out Holy. Ready? I don't know whether we'll one-shot them. Probably not, because they're level 40. There you go, then. Oh, yeah, I've changed my keybinds here a bit, so I'm probably going to be playing bad. We've regened ourselves. We've arrowed that. Topaz plus the arrow is probably going to finish off that other fleece, so I'll just come over here. So the potency of Holy is 140. The potency of Stone 2 is 190. So I do want to use this if there's only one target. Holy's probably better. In fact, is Holy better at 2 targets then, actually? Who goes there? An adventurer? Damn fool. You should have never come here. Well, tell me what's going on. Oh, let's Holy them both. Ready? Bah! Away with you. I love this thing of, like, putting a debuff up and then like, stunning them in some way. I've always found that combo cool in Final Fantasies, and I'll tell you why. It's because of 10. In 10, Malboros, if you get bad breath, one of the reason that they're so bad is you get confused, so you lose control of your characters. You're essentially CC'd, right? This is quite tricky as a white mage, actually. It's definitely a lot more challenging. Look at that. I'm actually at risk of dying here. I know I'm not healing myself, but I'm also trying to... The good offense is the best defense and all that. I've got regen on myself now. Regen's quite strong, actually. Damn. I was wondering how good this feels. Yeah, like, they'll confuse you, but they'll also put poison on you. So, so every turn, you have no control. Your characters just do something ridiculous. Wait, where did Topaz go? Did he die? Did you just kill Topaz? Oh my god, I swore to take care of him. Oh shit, we just aggroed that fleece accidentally with a Holy. Shouldn't have done that. And you take poison damage every turn. Poison, poison, poison. And you're just watching horrors as you slowly melt down. The other really cool thing about bad breath, obviously, is poison should end whenever you take physical damage, but it's bad breath, so it blinds you as well. So you're poisoned, so you're confused, trying to attack your allies, missing, so that nobody gets snapped out because of the missing. So just that trinity of Condis was just incredible. I'm going to Holy here again, I guess. Just for the satisfaction of stunning them. Might not do this patch on White Mage. We might do the dungeons and stuff on White Mage. But this is a lot less damage. Isn't it? We can always just swap it on quickly to collect the class quest rewards. But actually, to be honest, I should probably do that on Ninja. But Ninja, I can't do that because we're still only mid-level, mid-40s. I didn't do my leveling roulettes. It's weird, guys. I feel like time's both moving really slow and really fast at the same time right now. Like, it's crazy to me that, yeah, it's been days now since I had Rogue and Ninja done. I can't believe that October's just blown through, really. We've expanded this Let's Play so much more than what I was originally going to do. You know, I came to you guys saying it was going to be 10 episodes for the base game. I came to you saying it would be 9 episodes for the base game, and it was. 9 episodes. Fine. And my plan was to just do 5 more after that. Point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4, point 5. Done. 14 episodes total. That's it. That's all the series is going to be. 14 episodes. With a couple of bonuses in there. But now that we've actually been recording the bonuses, and we've done some extra bonuses... all of a sudden it's like, yeah, that's easily a whole month playing it. I don't understand. What's this all about? Ah! Ooh, what is it all about? I don't know. Time flies when you play 14, you've come to understand, or watch somebody else play, or both at the same time. Yeah, I mean, it's weird as well, you know, like, how much we can get in just a single month. Ilberd, what happened? He's dead. I heard him saying, what's this all about? As you can see, this is a fine mess. It is. What did you do? What happened? When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked. And this is the result. Well, where's the subordinate? How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Levier will be most disappointed. Damn it all. A golden opportunity wasted. Yeah, we could have pressed him for answers. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slipped past our perimeter. Oh, God. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk-white sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames or the Brass Blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we've secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Oh no, so we don't get to have all the weapons. Well, you did your best, Ilberd. Thank God you were here to, I mean, where is the guy that stabbed him? Well, that's okay, I trust you. I'll join the first for their hunt for the Duskwhite sellswords. If the gods are good, we'll catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Uldar in my stead. Entrust them to the third's Yu Hase. He will take care of the rest. I remember that guy. Do you like Yu Hase? Pray take the Black Marketeer's weapons in that crate and deliver them to Yu Hase. Okay. It's interesting, the follow-up dialogue they're actually repeating as regular quest dialogue more and more as it's going along at the moment. Reminds me of playing Guild Wars where, you know, they do that a lot, or it's just inconsistent whether you can speak to someone or not. Best laid schemes? What's the full phrase there? Best laid schemes can be laid to waste. What's the full phrase? Don't know. I'm as good at keeping a secret as Tom Holland. I think you'll find I am. I mean, what secrets have I given away? Absolutely none. Yeah, rip Topaz. I feel bad. I'm loving that the alpha emote is getting some use there, by the way. The alpha emote is... Oh, I shouldn't say it, because I love all the emotes. Anyone who's ever made an emote, I love you all. Thank you. But I think the alpha one is my favourite. Largely because Alpha is like one of my favourite characters in the game. For people that don't know what that is, that's the little chocobo. And why there's a little chocobo called Alpha, we will deal with in time. Why, Tremor, this is a surprise. Resh wished for me to thank you for helping us rescue her from the Castrum Sentry. How fortunate that we could meet again so soon. Okay. Oh. Did you hear, my friend? I've received my first official assignment as full-fledged member of the Crystal Black Braves. Congrats, Wilred. I'm sure you'll do everyone proud. He's all scarred and fucked up. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever a reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Kurthus. Now, what brings you to us this day? Here. These are some stolen weapons. It's all contraband. Take it away. These are being used to give to rioters here in Uldar and sow discontent. I don't know who or what or why. A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilberd, you say? Understood. We've catalogued its contents, so I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? You know, that's kind of a weird quest chain, actually. We're with Ilberd. He walks on ahead. Why don't I just walk with him? I don't know. He gets there first. The stuff happens and I arrive late. I mean, what was Tremor doing there? Picking his nose? We could have walked together. And we just kind of hand-wave the fact that we didn't walk together because the game engine clearly doesn't have us walking together. I don't know whether that's more of a thing later. They do a lot of things with the story. Eventually you start playing as the other Scions. Like, I'll just, minor spoiler here, there's a moment where you play as Alphino. And I remember that blowing my mind. I was like, oh shit, they're doing things. And in dungeons and stuff, they start coming with you and, I don't know. Real stated with confidence, there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. So here we've got Real saying there's a lot of weapons, but we've only seen a few. Rio is a crystal brave, just like these guys. And Yu Yu Hase says, a blatant falsehood. Clearly Rio is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'dan merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. That could be true. Rio is from Limsa. He's from the Company of Heroes. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It is still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders is to stand watch, not seek glory in battle. So are some of the Crystal Braves getting a bit edgy. They want to get back to war with Garlemald, but Alphino's telling them to, you know, stand about. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the Cerulean processing plant. Time for the Fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Aliane, for the freedom of all. Off you go. Hey, Rickaber, thank you very much for the membership. Welcome, welcome. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again.
Lady Una, until we meet again. Farewell.
It's my best Seymour voice. It's real. Tremor. A word if it...
A word, if you please, yeah. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for a whistling this time, don't you worry.
That's right, I've discovered my pirate voice, so we're going to be seeing it everywhere now. He is from Limsa, and he's written like a pirate.
You're grabby grabbers.
What were all those weird pirate terms again? I can't remember. So one of you guys mentioned in the comments that whole that whole story was written by the lady that also did the Dark Knight story and all of that. Shadowbringers, which is just these huge things that people love. As I've mentioned, I didn't actually really like the Dark Knight story that much, but yeah, I really did like the Rogue story. It was a little bit slow or whatever, but it was really cool, and I loved Milala as the villain. You know, she wasn't too cartoonish, you know. She was a bit brutish and she was definitely an antagonist, but it didn't feel like forced. It didn't feel like it was over the top or something. Which is, you know, so yesterday, guys, I finished Horizon, The Burning Shores. So I'm now done with Horizon. I've done the DLC and everything. And that game really frustrates me. Because the story is so good, the subjects and the ideas are so fucking good in that game. They're really fun and really awesome. But the writers, the character writing in it is awful. And the writers themselves seem so insecure all the time to just let it play out to where it should really go. They just make things really cartoonish and over the top and ridiculous. Just to get us to a conclusion where we have a villain to fight. And it's really annoying the way that they do that. So I'll give you guys some very quick spoiler for Horizon. Skip ahead, I guess, if you don't want this. But and, you know, I'm not going to blow the whole story or whatever. But basically, there's this idea in it that there's this bastard character, okay, like a massive egoist. He's like building a harem of people who are devoted to him and will love him and won't think for themselves. He's basically brainwashing people, okay? He's a despot. He's a terrible, arrogant, self-aggrandizing, horrible man, all right? A nasty guy. And his plan is to take... let's just say that an apocalypse is coming and humanity's fucked, okay? That's it. It's the end of the world. And his plan is to... He's a bastard, but he's going to take a bunch of people onto a ship and he's going to go to a new world and have a colony there. So it's a chance for humanity. And he's going to live like a god among the plebes, okay? And he's going to have this fucked up, messed up place. But nonetheless, it is a chance for humanity, okay? So that, to me, that's a really cool story. It's like, oh, God, I don't like that. I don't like him. But at the end of the day, needs must. You're probably going to let him go. There's an interesting conversation to have there. That's a really great place to play in. And they really do keep building up what a bastard he is. And Horizon could have just left it there, and they could have just played with that idea of the story and seen where it went. But no, they're not happy with that, because there's not like a clear-cut answer to that. There's not a good guy, bad guy. It doesn't like it's not like this black and white surface level like kiddie story. So they just keep layering more and more shit into this guy's story, making him more evil, more ridiculous, more over the top, until finally we can be in a place where we say, oh, we just got to deal with him. And it's like Horizon does that over and over and over again. They set up, they have a really good setup, they build to a really good place, and then they just betray it all by like narrowing it all down to something like obnoxious and like childish. It really frustrates me. I don't know why the writers are so scared of like these complex stages that they set up. Just leave it. That's where it's most compelling, but they seem like they don't want to deal with that. They don't want to deal with anything actually complicated. They don't want to suffer through the chance that the players might end up empathizing or sympathizing with someone that they conceived of as a villain. It really annoys me. I see that in ArenaNet writing sometimes as well, and if you've watched my Jam Wilds Let's Play, you would have seen a bit of that. I see it in a lot of places. So anyway, I really like that game, and then it really frustrates me as well. They do it over and over and over. That's just one little example that I've given you there of one villain, and I've spoken about it in a vague way. But they do it. There's another villain for the base game that it's the same thing. It's like, oh God, what would I do here? This is a really complicated, cool situation. Oh no, they're just going to try and kidnap you now. All right, okay, fine, I guess. It's like, why do you do that? Well, don't do the fucking bullshit abduction, kidnapping thing. It's just like, I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling here about something people probably can't connect with, especially if you haven't played the game. Right, Real, what's going on? What's up, man? We got the shipment. I know it wasn't all, but, you know. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustling and bustling of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. Well, we went to the Burning Wall. Ilberd had gone ahead with another guy. When I got there, I couldn't find the other guy. I heard someone scream. They said, "What's this all about?" Ilberd said at this point he drew a knife. I didn't see that, but that's what he said happened. Guy was dead. Ilberd said his colleague had killed him. We found some weapons, not all of them. That's it. And this is Tremor saying all of that in about as beautiful and pithy a way. That's not quite how the first told it. Ooh. These Duskwights they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw him yourself. Not before the fighting started and not after. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in my bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. Huh. Look at his face. He looks really intense at the moment. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Yeah, good point, really. Like, what the fuck? Leminster's got a lot of stuff going on. You think those pirates aren't wily? Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days, the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Ah, see, so remember guys, it's been like 6 months since Alphino established the Braves. I don't know whether this is actually the case, guys, but in this game, is real-life time mapped to in-game time? So like in Guild Wars, it's all mapped up. You know, if there's 3 months between a patch, there was 3 months passing interior. And, you know, that's beneficial in some ways, and that's complicated and rough in other ways, like with the, you know, you think about stories that go stagnant and are stalled for too long, like the Health of the Pale Tree, shit like that. I don't know how they do it in this, but they're suggesting it's been a long time. Remember to add timestamps to the previous videos if I haven't. Yeah, I think the last episode I haven't yet, Corey, and I'm really sorry about that. I will. I need to rename the title of it as well. Forgive me, friend. I've a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right, best get back to it. Okay. Real's leaving. It's not mapped to real life time because Endwalker is like a year or two after ARR. Really? Whoa. Are you serious? Endwalker is like a year or two after ARR. Hold on, though. In Shadowbringers, some characters like, well, maybe there's magic as an explanation of that, but some characters like, I can't even really say. There is aging that happens. Tataru. Tremor, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you're able. All right. Well, there you go. First quest complete. We got a weapon shipment. Oh, actually, the first quest is not complete. In fact, hold on. Did we do a quest already? I'm not even sure whether that what counted as one. Yeah, we did, actually. Oh, God. It's a good thing I'm ranting away here, guys, because we're nearly halfway. Well, no. We're about a third of the way done already. Let's see what we got here. I guess the dungeon. Oh, God, the dungeon's going to be good. We probably will sneak Odin into this episode. I loved the idea of doing Odin last because he appears in the CGI trailer and stuff. Thank you for coming so quickly, Chama. We've got a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you, a most determined lady by all indications. Someone from Ishgard, a lady from Ishgard. Is it Lucia, maybe? The Rising Chorus. Oh, look at that image, guys. What is that? That is the Keeper of the Lake. That's the fallen Agrius and the corpse of Midgardsormr, cradling it. Our guest is with the antecedent at the Solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? If too much time passes, they'd have to remodel the twins. Yeah, that's always been a big disappointment of mine in this game, actually. They should put the time forwards, because I'd love to see the twins grow up. I really think that would be badass to see the twins grow up. But, I don't know, this is where, you know, at some point, money in the game gets too big, and now they can't do X, Y, and Z with the Scions, because merchandise and stuff, and it's like, really? So, like, I've never seen Naruto. I haven't seen it, but I know that there's like a moment, isn't there, in it where he grows up. He's a kid in the first one, and then there's like a sequel series where he's older. Do toys of kid Naruto no longer sell? You know, does the merchandise have to go away? I don't know whether that's the case. See, my dream for an MMO... Oh, I'm not going to get into it. But I think there's a way you can tell an MMO story and expand on an MMO that sidesteps all these issues through its format. But, anyway. At this point, it would be more unnerving if he spoke plainly. It is Lucia. Hello. Good of you to join us. We have much to discuss, do we now? It's interesting to see how the hell this is going to turn into a Heavensward expansion, right? We've got so much shit going on all over Corteria. Realm Reborn areas.
Unexpected tidings from the north, borne by the Lord Commander's second. What manner of wind bloweth this day?
Hello, Tatari. How'd you get in here before me? This is no time for idle chatter. I think you'll find it is. I've been idle chattering up a storm for an hour already.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
I'll tell you what, guys. I'm either at my best or my worst in, like, the first 2 hours. When I've just got a complete chatterbox on me. Eventually, it will just turn into just reading the dialogue and going through it. Okay. It's voice acting, too. Thank you. Yeah, Lucia, what's going on?
I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
Alphino's in Uldar, sorry. You know.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
No, I don't.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers.
Oh, this is what they talked about a bit in the Dragoon quest, if you guys remember.
Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
Oh.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
I have to say, quite a high proportion of Urianger's wordy dialogue is voiced by someone else, which is nice, by Balthier. So I don't actually have to do it a lot of the time, which is kind of amazing. That's quite the mercy.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye.
Okay, so it's not a Nidhogg star that's shining, which the Dragoon story talked about. It's a different star, a really bright one. their version of the North Star, I guess. Midgardsormr's star, the OG dragon.
The brightening of the dragon's star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgardsormr himself who cried out on this occasion.
Oh, I see. The same star will glow each time, and you don't know which dragon it is.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald.
So it's funny, when we talked earlier in this Let's Play about Primals, you can compare them to, like, Elder Dragons. My impression of this game was that Primals were like Elder Dragon level threats. On replay here, I think that's pretty clear. As the story goes along, it's clear that they're not really. But on replay of ARI, yeah, I don't know where I got that impression from. But if there is an Elder Dragon analog in this game, just one, it's probably Midgardsormr. Because the dragons themselves in this game, Bahamut, Nidhogg, those are the only two that we know so far. There's like, I can't remember how many, 7, 14 in their brood? I don't know. Some number around there. And I think those are the only two we know. They're badass enough as it is. Those dragons are fucking epic. They're really cool. And the fact that they were all originated by this one thing, I would say that Midgardsormr is Elder Dragon level. After an absence of centuries, look, even as this thing where he goes away for a long time, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald. Yeah, so he was not happy with the Empire being around Silvertear Lake. And you might wonder, why is this epic thing just around this lake? Does it know about Primals? Does it know about Hydaelyn? Does it know about Zodiac? What's it doing here? Does it know about the gods that all these guys on Eorzea worship? What is this thing's connection? And I think it's amazing. It's really cool, and asking all those questions has been infinitely captivating to me. I love Midgardsormr.
Only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Gallian fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity, even unto this day.
I feel like they should have cut the CGI cutscene into this again, because it's such a good CGI cutscene, isn't it? That 1.0 thing. Remember, guys, from the start of the series, or pause the video, go watch it again. You'll get a kick out of it, I promise.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgardsormr had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
It's true, because we are right next to the lake.
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken.
I see.
It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgardsormr.
Right, but you have your theories.
Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
This is what he asked of us. So yes, we did have an agreement. Yeah, that's a head of a nod right there.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Oh, his brethren as in his immediate kids? Or just lesser dragons? Uh-oh, is this place about to be swarming with dragons? A new villain enters the stage, guys? Question mark? Because I did already tell you, unfortunately, that the first expansion is not about Midgardsormr. Minfilia says, forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Urianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, the former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. This is such a badass, awesome airship that it stirred like one of these epic what's the word I'm looking for? godlike entities to wake up. And it managed to... This airship killed it. This airship killed Midgardsormr, in a sense. If he can come back, is it true death? 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius van Baelsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. So here, look at this, right? 1.0 was 5 years ago. So this was backstory 10 years past, even for 1.0. So it was like Gaius was around 10 years ago. Then 1.0 happens and Nail is the story with the different legion. Then it's 5 years for 2.0 and Gaius is back. I guess. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid on that day. Midgardsormr, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. And look at this, finally the main story's talking about this. They hosted the final scene right in sight of the thing. In what would later... They teased us about that right at the end of the base game, and now it's here at the end of the patches, it's finally the topic. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, Silvertear Lake, Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm failed countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's cerulean engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. This is how badass the Guardians are, how big and epic the shit they make is. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing the Aether for moms around. Yet an remnant of the lake remains, and at its center, a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emmerich's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be... I wondered why we were asking about the Domans a second ago. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage for yourself. Okay. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done and precious little time to do it. I love this bit of the story, I really do. This is such a cool bit. I cannot wait to go back into this dungeon. This is one of the longer dungeons, by the way. When I get in roulette, it always feels very long. Midgardsormr was once worshipped as the guardian deity of Silvertear Falls. Yet there he has lain for 15 years. Oh god, are we going to revive him Shiva style as a primal? I'll just tell you now straight away, that's not what happens. Before I depart, I must need to speak with the antecedent in private. In private, if you'd be so kind. Private? What's wrong with me hearing what you want to talk about? No, I'm going to sit right here and pretend I can't hear. La 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 la, fingers in my ears, la, la, go on, speak. I'll use my Ellison ears to peep on what you're... What's the audio equivalent of peeping? Anyway, sorry, over here, I've seen in my peripheral vision the entire time, Anve, you donated. Thank you, Anve, that's really nice of you. 11 euros. Wow, thank you. Bit of a tangent, but on the topic of aging, pigeons are spy machines, because have you ever seen a baby pigeon? I believe Lalafell are spy robots too, because have you ever seen an elderly Lalafell? We have seen an elderly Lalafell. Why do I feel like I've seen an elderly Lalafell? I feel like it's just so obvious to have an elderly Lalafell. Do you know what an elderly Lalafell would look like? Alright, I'm not talking like 80 years old. I'm not talking 100 years old. In fact, I don't know what their natural lifespan is, but let's pretend it's human for a second. I'm not talking 100 years old. What does a 150-year-old Lalafell look like? Anything come to mind, guys? What if we paint it green? Looks like Yoda. An old Lalafell is Yoda. That's what I'm going to say. I don't know. Baby pigeons? No, because birds grow up real quick, don't they? And before that, they're in the nest. I don't know. I don't know. I'm confused. Did I have a stroke? That's a weird donation message. I'm going to click thumbs up on it. I suggest everyone else does as well. Right, did these guys update here? Thank you, Anvo. That's very good of you. Thank you. Oh, gods. If that charred monstrosity actually returned to life, I don't know what I'd do. Well, we'd probably get roasted. Oh, that lady knight from Ishgard cuts quite a gallant figure, doesn't she? I guess so. Wait, is this why you've been rebuking my boy Thancred? Because you're into the fairer sex? Considering the sudden arrival of foreign envoys and the like... Is that why you adopted? It's all coming into place. Considering the sudden arrival of foreign envoys and the like, preparing suitable meals at the Rising Stones can prove to be an interesting challenge. All she ever does is talk about food. But not in a good way. Not talking about, like, double food, which is what we did. We were able to locate those elusive manuscripts in the archives of the Thaumaturges Guild. Oh. I had not spoken much with the new guild masters, but thankfully they were quite willing to accommodate us in our search. The new guild masters, is that in relation to the short story? Though it may seem tedious when compared with the smiting of terrible foes, poring over crumbling scrolls is one of a scion's most important duties. Without the illumination of knowledge, we but vainly flail at spectres in the dark. Wow, Stoner. It's very poetic. Hello, Thancred and Ida. In hindsight, mayhaps sending a lady in my stead was not the wisest of decisions. Pray ignore my ramblings. I travelled to Ul'dah... Wait, what is he talking about? I travelled to Ul'dah to meet with Thancred... Oh, he sent Ida to do it, okay. I travelled to Ul'dah to meet with Thancred's friend, the one who promised us that rare ore, and she began cursing me with words I've only ever heard from the mouths of pirates. I still have no idea what she was so angry about. Is this a woman that was just trying to get Thancred over to her, and she got annoyed that he sent a missive or whatever? How are you guys doing? Still talking about the crystals?
I must confess, the relationship between those crystal formations and the destruction of the Ascians quite escapes me.
Well, don't worry, we have a plan. Professor Lambertaine has published a thorough study on corrupted crystals and their properties. I highly recommend you procure yourself a copy of their work. I'm pushing ahead with my research as quickly as I dare. The next time you face an Ascian, I would have you fight with a proper weapon in hand. Oh my god, this is going to be crazy, guys. We're going to fight an Ascian and actually be able to deal with it. Okay, so let's see. Let me catch up on chat here real quick. The pigeon thing is I thought, well-known conspiracy hoax that went so viral, people actually start believing it. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. I tend to, you know, be a bit blind to that stuff because if I read something that just comes across as just pure nonsense online, in my estimation, pure nonsense, I tend to not give it like a second's thought or a click or anything. So maybe, yeah, there's this big swirling thing about it, but I've sort of missed out. Anyway, guys, before we head on over there, look at the view at this place. It's so amazing. Ruins of the Agrius. Strewn all about. The Crystal Tower back there. Storyline we haven't done yet. Beautiful sun shining in the sky. I've been looking into Minecraft shaders recently, and it's kind of weird. Some of them had, like, weather systems, like daily weather systems, which is fun, but also I usually just want it to be nice, clear blue skies. I live in the UK, right? I don't need clouds. I don't need it to look like a storm's about to erupt, all right? I get enough of that IRL. Anyway, there we have it. And brilliant music. Now, what is this a good setting for, I hear you ask, WP? Wow, what can we use this background for? There must be something. Farewell, my disciples. For I have a plan. For today, here and now, we will read the last tale from the Calamity. Oh my god, the music swelled right as I said that. Oh, brilliant. The final tale from the Calamity. This is a short one. So we have done Nanamos, which actually turns out to be pretty important because of the abdication. We've done Carnies about recovering Louis Soir's staff. And, well, let's have a look now at Melvib, who seems to have less going on, really, or to talk about. But we did just do the rogue stuff, which was quite nice. So, you know, maybe let's call this a bit of a segue. This is the final short story for the base game. Remember, each major release they do has a bunch more. And I'll tell you guys, some of them are really fucking good. And fill in huge chapters and timelines and all kinds of cool stuff. Anyway, so here we go. Tales from the Calamity, where victory and glory lead. The final one. We are lost, thought Melvib at Blofiswine. Immured for aeons and free at last, the primal behemoth lay waste to the Cartanu Flats, burning Eorzeans and Guardians alike. Indiscriminately. So the Guardians brought it down with the Meteor Project, but the idea is they were tempered. We'll see more of that in the coils. But I will find a way. Tearing her gaze away from the bloody churn, she bit down gently on her tongue, an old commander's trick, and despite the ash-laden air, the voice that issued from her throat was as clear as compass wind. Oh, that's a nice phrase, compass wind. Belay previous orders. All Maelstrom units are commanded to fall back, effective immediately. In the distance, the Admiral caught a glimpse of Archon Louis Soir's resolute silhouette, arms raised in the rite of summoning. Not even the 12 can help us now, she thought, with something like despair as she swung herself into the saddle. Dalamud is hatched, and no man can unbreak an egg. Yeah, it's like putting toothpaste back into the toothpaste bottle, right, guys? Give the foreign levy priority. Let the main host cover their retreat and bring up the rear. So she's ordering a retreat while Louis Soir stands alone at the front line, summoning the gods, all 12 of them at once, which is pretty goddamn epic. Did these people even know that this was possible? There she is, in the moment. Einza here, Slaffistrin, let go the bridle as Melvib took a hold of the reins. A shard of the false moon had pierced the mail under his right arm, she saw. Blood rilled, dark and steady. Riled? Rilled? Riled? Either word, I don't know how that would really fit into that sentence, because I don't have the vocabulary. Her adjutant would not likely survive a hard ride. Get those adventurers to safety, she repeated. I shall send you stragglers. We must regroup. See to it. I love this idea of a chunk of the moon stuck in a guy's body as an injury. At once, Admiral! Ezenard snapped a salute. He knows me too well to waste time arguing, Melvib reflected as she urged her faithful bird to a gallop. And he knows most of our runners are dead, or near as, damn it. A sharp "Quee!" brought her back to the present as the chocobo. Good girl, Vicky, she murmured as the chocobo sped onward through a blur of death and ruin. Fall back to the main host, Melvib called again and again, until the route became a stream, then a river, flowing towards Einazar and, she hoped, safety. But there was a knot in the crowd, fighting its way against the tide until it emerged at the rear, then pushing towards the Garlean position. Always, Melvib thought, without rancour, and spurred her chocobo forwards. Always there are those who put glory before victory. Save your breath, Admiral. I mean to make those Garlean curs pay, and pay they will. Roswen spat, and Melvib was reminded of the old saying, pirates weep with their swords, and their tears are red. So many sirens. Spleeny Ebriel won't sing no more, nor Anus Blackeye, nor... There you are, liverless, tin-pot bastards. A savage joy blazed in his eyes at the sight of something behind Melvib, and the Maelstrom commander touched her spur to Victory's left flank as she unholstered her pistols in one smooth motion. Death penalty barked, and a Garlean legionnaire tumbled backwards. 2 sharp coughs from Annihilator, and more men fell to reveal the beetle-black gleam of Magitech armor cresting the rise. I've lost it. 2 sharp coughs from Annihilator, and more men fell to reveal the beetle-black gleam of Magitech armor cresting the rise. Has a beak? Melvib thought with a strange calm, her legs squeezing Victory's flanks under their own accord. I guess we've just interjected a thought of hers into the prose there. It's quite well written. It's very different, interestingly written here. The chocobo sprang as the Magitech roared. Then Melvib was falling, the world drowning in blood and feathers, and she knew no more. That sentence there reminds me of the novel for No Country for Old Men. I can't remember the author's name. Who's the author that wrote that? But he has like a run-on sentence style in that novel. The idea is it's an old guy relaying these, stories. And you know how old men can kind of be rambling and go on tangents and they don't really stop and you're not really sure where it's going and it's almost a little bit lyrical and it just keeps flowing. And obviously I need to take a breath here. But apparently the book is just written like that in like very long flowing run-on sentence prose, which feels weird to get into. But once you hit it, it feels very lyrical and immersive and sort of builds into the idea of how the old man would speak. Which I think is really cool. The most rest you've had in years, I'll wager, Melvib awoke to a familiar sight. Her quarters on the Triumph... let's reread that. That's not Melvib speaking. The most rest you've had in years, I'll wager. Melvib awoke to a familiar sight. Her quarters on the Triumph. And Ironsir, his face graven with fatigue, but alive and on his feet. How long, she demanded. Present course and speed? Oh my god, she's back into the action immediately. 2 days, Limsa, 8 knots, he answered. The Alliance regrouped in Thanalan, where the alchemists saw to our hurts. They're meant to keep you abed in Uldar, but I assured them that would not be necessary. We're crossing the Strait of Melthor for home. The sirens? Roswing? Einzahar laughed. Melvib could almost hear it in the rust in it. Command, especially the command of a retreating force, was a somber business. The bloody executioners hauled you here from the front like pullers with a bulging net, but they had no luck in coaxing Captain Rosen to join the retreat. Then came the last of the dreaded pirate crews 3. The Kraken's arms and Carverlane swept her up into the saddle like a bloody knight of Ishgard. Last I saw, they were trading curses. My god, this is amazing, by the way. Look at that there. The bloody executioners saved Melvib after she got knocked out in this fight. Look at what just happened in the Rogue story there. Man, of course they're pissed at her for the whole outlawing piracy thing. Or did that happen before and they saved her anyway? That's so cool. Good. Melvib willed her eyes to stay open. She was suddenly very tired and could not bring to mind the names of the others who had been present. No matter. Einzahar would know. The retreat from Cartano. I ordered a unit to be given priority. Did you get them to safety? Einzahar looked at her, his brow furrowed. Beg pardon, Admiral. My orders were to bring up the rear as the main host retreated, gathering any stragglers you directed towards us, then begin regrouping. You did not order that any be given priority over another. That's interesting, because I'm sure we just read that she did. Have I missed something really cool about this story? Because now we're just moving on. The coming days were too full for Melvib or Einzahar to fret over much about her odd lapse. She had taken a blow to her head after all, and it was a trifle compared to what awaited them in Vilbrand. As the Triumph neared home, they saw livid crystals bursting from Pharaoh Sirius, flaunting their corruption for all to see. Galadian Bay was a floating Cartano, the sea strewn with bodies, debris, and hollow-eyed survivors of the tidal wave that had scoured the coastline. Wow. Einzahar was lucky, Merwib thought as she surveyed the destruction. What size these shards to make an 8th hell of this fair anchorage? And what of we who have been spared? How can we go on when so much has been lost? I will find a way. Is this where she decides to outlaw piracy or change things up? Time passed. Some wounds healed, others did not. The fishing boats returned to the sea, and the merchants' stowadors, what's a stowador? And cut purses to the docks. The new Maelstrom command took shape on the upper decks. The ships of the Armada returned to their proper anchorage, and the Morabee dry docks were recommissioned as a shipyard. Oh, that's interesting. In 1.0, was it different? During these turbulent days, those who knew Melvib best, and they were not many, remarked that she had been changed by Cartano. To the scores that came to the Admiral for help, she gave no false comfort, but neither was she as hard as she once had been. She spoke instead of hope, courage, and the lost warriors who stood with the Archon on the Cartano flats. For this, Melvib won the love of her people, yet struggled to accept it. So unsettling did the thought seem to her that one night, unable to sleep, she wandered the city, finding herself at length outside an Ishgardian stable as young birds murmured drowsily within. When Naldik... I love this thing, again, always remember Ishgardians are great chocobo breeders and some. When Naldik and Vimeles began work on the first of the Thalassocracy's new warships, there was no question as to whom the honour of naming it would go. One fine day, soon after, half the city turned out to see the Victory's keel laid. When the Admiral of Limsa Lominsa inscribed her name upon the oak with a great flourish, the cheers rolled like thunder across the tranquil waters of the Galadian Bay, and set the gulls and ravens flapping from every mast. And that's it, that's the end of the story. So what's that whole thing about her lapse? Let's reread it. Just that line. Yeah, look, the last line there. Dalamud has hatched and no man can unbreak an egg. Give the foreign levy priority. Let the main host cover their retreat and bring up the rear. She did give someone priority. Then Melvib was falling, and the world drowning in blood and feathers, and she knew no more. So this is kind of just like a battle piece, really. You can see it's a little bit like... That's not really leading into anything, I don't think, or hooking into too much. But there you go. That's the last tale of the Calamity, guys. All the short stories done. Now, maybe you liked those. Maybe you liked them a little bit less. I don't know whether you've skipped through with the timestamps. Again, thanks to Corey for helping me set those up. But I will say that they're well worth looking into, especially as the expansions go along. And what you'll probably find is once we get into the expansions and the story really starts getting quite gripping, you'll probably want as much of those as you possibly can. So there you have it. Apparently a stewardor is the one whose occupation is the stowing of goods in a ship's hold. Oh, well, there you go. Very Sea of Thieves-y sort of thing. Memories of the Wire, Season 2. Wait, what's that? The Wire Season 2? What, just because of the docks? What am I missing there? Season 2 is a very weird season for that show. But I suppose once you get later and there's, you know... Season 5 has a very different focus with the journalism. Season 4 with the schooling. I don't know. Each one kind of has its specific flavour. Alright, well, here we go. So the Doman Watch here. Obviously, I'd love to do this with you guys, so I don't know if people are online ready to play. You're in luck, sir. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late... Oh, wait, about the Garleans? Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Oh, fuck. Actually, there's a good point. If you're in Castrum Sentry and the wreck of the Agrius is there, surely you want to salvage stuff out of it. Maybe they do a lot of trips over there. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager that they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. Right. So not specific technology. Because you'd think that the Empire would want to rebuild such an amazing thing, right? But I guess not. ... So it's true then. The Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again? Well, from here it seems rather unlikely. But if it's assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. What, me? Why not you? You want me to inspect that giant body a mile away? Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach. Yeah, and Sid is apparently busy with some other story. I mean, where's Sid, guys? What is going on? He's near here. He's in the Crystal Tower off on the left. Well, there you go. The Keeper of the Lake, now accessible. I do love this place. The boat is yours for the taking, though I wouldn't make the journey without a few friends at my side, as those Garleans won't hesitate to attack you. Okay, I'll throw up a party finder. We don't have anyone here. God, I hope I'm on the right server. I am on the right place, right? I guess we'll see. Anybody there? Dungeons, the Keeper of the Lake. And I will min-eye level this. This will be a lot more fun min-eye level, for sure. And I'm going to try and heal. So I'm actually very nervous about this. Because... I might be terrible. Right, we're looking for a DPS here. Oh, nice. Here we go. Cool. The Keeper of the Lake. 15 years ago. Thank you, everybody who's joined there. 15 years ago, in the skies above Silvertear Falls, the invading forces of the 14th Legion were set upon by a host of dragons. Leading the charge was Midgardsorm, a legendary king of kings who engaged the Garlean flagship, the Agrius, in battle. In the end, both Midgardsorm and his foe fell to the earth, and their tangled remnants stand as a memorial to that day. A ruined airship and the charred corpse of the Worm Lord who brought it low, forever devoid of life. Now, how many... We've got 1,600 tombstones. My main fear right now is that my right-hand side gear isn't good enough, but it's okay. There's only one thing that we're not wearing that could be better. Can I just equip that, maybe? I guess the Dawn wrist guards are being recommended because... I don't know. We'll change the gloves as well. Yeah, prepare to die, guys. This could be hard because you've got me healing, and I'm a noob, and this is min-eye level, and the dungeons have kicked back a bit. So here we go, guys. Love this place. This is the first time we hear this music, is it? Is it? No, it's not. This is just what they use in the costumes, isn't it? And Praetorian. Oh, maybe not. I think it's a remix. Is it different? Yeah, no, it's called Silver Tears. This is new. Oh my lord. Here we go. So we're in some kind of giant magic bubble and we are climbing to the top. This is the idea of this dungeon. Get to the top. And there's a good mix of monsters and guardians and all sorts. Oh god. So what do I want to... How do I holy correctly here? I stand inside. And what do I want to do? Holy 3 times maybe? There's holy with a big stun. There's another one. And there's another one. Now I've got to start healing, right? So there's Kira. Oh yeah, Cod Piece Clipper, the name of these things. That's amazing. How do I squeeze an arrow in nice and early here? See, the more holies, the stuns won't last very long, I think. So now there's only one left, so I'll start doing damage. Alright, what do you think, guys? Rate my healing gameplay. Do you guys remember the old Rate My websites? Oh, here we go, I'm messing it up. So here, if I insta-cast the first holy, did that work? I'm not sure it did. Did I fuck that up somehow? So wait, holy is a point blank around me? Or is it around the target? Let's see. Deals unaspected damage with a potency of 140 to all nearby enemies. I think that I have to be... Is it a PvAOE? I've got to get in there, right? I'm going to open with arrow on that thing. Oh, we can presence of mind as well. Presence of mind, holy. I could probably cast it a lot quicker, right? Oh, he fully resisted the stun. Oh god, the guy's dying. Oh, okay, there you go. Sorry. I'm playing it pretty... my MP's kind of low. I should have lucid dreaming there. Let's turn it down. Let's turn the music up and the game down. The game volume's down a little bit. Okay, holy again. Let's do one more and then I'll start healing. Cura and then lucid dreaming. So my MP's coming back. I can of course rescue. I don't know when or if that will really be very relevant. So our MP's getting very low now. Now I'm just down to just regular cure. I think this is okay though. Oh god, one of my other allies has got aggro, so I have to heal him up here a little bit. Okay. Alright, that was alright. Well, there's a ring of slaying there. That doesn't help me heal. Some more stuff. A Coblin. Oh, I want to regen him early as well. Okay, regen. There we go. And now we start with the holies. Giving him that early regen is probably really good, right? I haven't regened at all yet. The regen I can apply with that, is that the same as the regen that can proc on a Medicara? On a Medica 2? Regular cure there. Cura. Oh god, it's like I want to put a healing dot on him. DPS dots on everyone else. On the mobs. And holy. There's a lot I want to do, you know. And he can't lose too much health in the meantime. Now, on a warrior, eventually you get this absolutely busted skill. That means you're essentially... You can 100% heal yourself every single AoE you cast. For the first like 15 seconds of the fight. So that combos really well with White Mage because you can let the warrior do that, then holy spam. You got time for the arrows and everything. Here we go, first boss, the Einhander. We have a player back there, maybe DC'd. Oh, no, there we go. I was going to idle cam and have a good look at the mob there. Alright, so I'll arrow that and regen this, and then just start spamming stone. So aerial blast, is that an AoE? Okay, oh my god it is, and look how much damage it did to us. So there's a Medica 2 for the whole team. Should I do just one? Is that going to be enough to heal everyone up fully? It looks pretty good actually, you know. Oh shit, mechanics. Okay, I don't want to stand near those. I'm going to Medica 2 here as well. These probably blow up. Okay, it shot a couple. Oh my god, look, it's a dragon holding a gun. Okay, let's regen the tank. Is really all I have to do is regen? Oh shit, these ones are blowing up. Oh god, I got hit. Ow. Holy fuck. Okay. More to pay attention to here. I'm gonna cure him myself. He's getting tank busted. Presence of mind, I guess. So I will cure to him again. See, when the fuck am I ever gonna Curaga? Curaga seems so technical. Like, when am I gonna get it in there? Refresh arrow. Okay, we gotta watch these things. Okay, that's everyone's gonna get hit. So I could pre-cast Medica 2, right? With these big raid wides. Alright, that's blowing up. We've got to be over here. Oh god. Nicely done, everyone. What's this button again? Oh yeah, benediction. Right, I can full heal someone. More stones. I'm going to benediction, my friend. I've never cast this. What's the animation like, I wonder? Here we go, I'm doing it. Oh god. Okay, that was the raid wide again. There's Medicara. Should I cast it twice or just the once and trust that everyone's regened? Oh god, no, not Holy. Oh, he's doing it again. Oh god, this is not easy. Are we okay here? I have arrow up. I'm going to cast it again. Alright, once those blow up, I'm just going to go to where they are. Slide past that. Yeah, nice. Okay. Of course, we have our little dash as well. Let's heal the tank up again. Lucid Dream, don't really need it. And again, I guess. Heavy swing it's using. I probably don't want to be standing in front. Oh, good, he turned it around. Oh my god, he's dying. I'm trying, I cancel cast it. Okay. Holy shit, where did all that damage come from? Alright, I've got to do an AoE heal. Couple more of these. Even topped up. Oh, I should put regen on. Okay, he's got regen. And he's nice and healthy. Okay. Oh, it's a different kind of regen, actually. Yeah, the Medicara has a regen, and then regen is its own regen. We probably want to move back over to those barrels again now, right? So I'm going to dash. Oh my god, look at that. Re-up my dot. I'm going to Medicara again. There's probably a raid wide coming in a second. Oh no, there's heavy swing. Presence of mind is up. Oh my god, he's getting nuked by the tank buster. Okay, so here I swift cast raise. The tank buster is insane. Oh my god, we made it. Just. Just. Holy shit. Oh, so I can just spam raises. But I think she releases, right? Otherwise we get weakness. It's up to you, I guess. That tank buster was mad. Sorry, I guess I kept you a little bit low there. Oh, I thought I was doing good there. I can double... What's this? I can double hot the tank with my regen and OE. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I'll hot heal over time. Right. What else did I use? I didn't use Azuna. I didn't sure cast anything because I didn't need to. And I can't send the boss to sleep. Okay, those are just rings of sleeping. I'm alright with that, though. That felt okay. Onward bound. You're doing okay. Just keep regen on the tank permanently. You should be fine. If you feel the need to cast a second immediately... if you feel the need... Oh, God, hold on. I can't reach out and do this. Oh, God. Oh, God. He's going to die. I'm sure of it. No, we're okay. You guys can feel free to LB here, by the way. I don't know how I'm going to get time for another Holy. I'll try it now. Hopefully they all get tagged by that. It looks like they do. Okay, so let's keep regen on him here. I'm a little frustrated with this because there are certain keybinds that are going to change. Oh, I should have just benedictioned him once and then got back to the damage. That would have been much better. This is really fun. This is much more engaging than some of the other things. Some of the DPS classes at this level is just run around spamming one button. I'm juggling a lot of stuff here. Okay, so we got a key. The alarms are going. Yeah, so there's Guardians now. This level 50 coat is one of the best glams in the game. Yeah, I like it as well. It's so iconic, you know. Right, let's go with the big opening holy here. Here we go. 2, 3. Somewhat losing count here. And we regen that guy, top him off, and now let's just try and spam stone. So yeah, one of the reasons I feel like this is quite a long dungeon, by the way, is this room here. Holy fuck, I got hit by that. Oh my god, I need to heal myself. It almost one-shot me. Is this room, there's like I don't know whether you actually need to kill all of these or what. I'm not going to holy here. Oh, fuck that. Oh my god, that other one hit so hard. I'm sure that one would do a lot of damage. Oh my god, he's actually taking big damage there as well. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that we could get through this without you actually needing a heal. There's regen again. Oh, slide cast, that was cool. Got the spell off and got out of the way. Right. Arrow's back. I hope you're fine though. MP is low, McGlow. Because you kind of run through and aggro all the mobs, but then these guys only get released from their pens later. And I don't know, it's just something about this moment. I always feel like the end of the dungeon is nearly there, but it's so not, right? Aiming. Not interested in that. Right, let's regen. Swift cast. Holy. Now that's what I'm talking about. 1, 2, 3. Let's get the stone going. So is a Medica 2 good? Even when you don't need the AoE element of it, just because it's a second regen for the tank? Is that what we're saying? Because my default behaviour with that would be only to cast Medica 2 if the AoE part of it is needed. But casting it just for the sake of another regen, is that like overall more liberating? Like how many direct healing spells is that worth? I guess these are all things for me to look up later. Vala's ring. I don't know what that is. Or Varley's ring. I'm gonna keep him topped up here this time. A bit more regen. Holy shit, Magitech Ray, that battered me there. Like here, right, if I run on in, ready, we can Curaga this. Oh, no, we can Curaga this. This will heal us both, I think, ready? Because I'm next to him. Value. Some of the higher level dungeons, you need both. Okay. So if I ever get hit, I can go stand with the tank for a Cure 3. And that's a way of casting Cure 3. And it would also just get me kept battered and cleaned and killed, am I right? Okay, Medica 2's not worth it for single target. Okay, that was my instinct. But it's not worth it. In AoE scenarios, you cast one Medica 2 and then Medica 1. That's got a potency of... Cure potency 200, Cure potency 100. Oh, wait, it heals me for 200 and them for 1? Oh, I see. So actually, Medica 1 is much stronger AoE heal for the team. So I want to use Medica 2 for the regen, and then go back to Medica 1 straight away. I would never cast Medica 2 back-to-back. Twice back-to-back. I'm not. Oh, here's one of the interesting telegraphs where that flamethrower you can walk back into and it will really fuck you up. Okay, everyone's on the sides. That makes me nervous. Seems to be okay for now. Presence of the mind coming back. There it is. Let's regen him. So far, all I've really had to do is regen him. Oh, this is good. Here we go. Oh, holy! Get a couple of cure 2s on him. I don't want to eat a tank cluster. The airship's moving. Careful now. Careful now. Don't want to be in the middle. Arrow back. More stones. Don't stand in front of him. Oh, this one's going well. Presence of lucid dreaming, I guess. Okay, a few of us have taken some damage here, so I'll medic it too. It's very useful that you guys know exactly how to do the damage and no one's eating any extra. Alright, let's heal him there. And a regen. I do like that regen is instant cast. This thing's so weak. What's it doing? It just does the same thing in the middle of the room and I'm fine every time. The first boss was harder than this one. The ad is doing some damage there. Oh, don't want to do that either. That's a misclick. Fat finger. Swift cast that one. Oh god, did I cast it on myself accidentally? I'm going to keep him topped up here. Ow! Oh my god, what? Was there a telegraph for that? Ow! That's not cool. Here we go, we can do it again. Curaga. Yeah, sort of. I mean, yeah, it worked. Is it going to work again? Right. The presence of my... Oh my god, he got nuked. Hey, we leveled up. A new quest is available. Well, actually, no, it's not, because we haven't beat the story yet. Nothing of healing dropping. Spamming Medica 2 is how people run out of mana. Spamming Medica 2 seems like such a terrible decision, though. Because... it's AoE, so it's costed for having AoE, right? So if you're not getting the benefit of the AoE, I don't know why you'd spam it. Because it's going to be really expensive for very little reward. Right? Get a cheeky little arrow there. And now let's holy. Not to mention the fact that you'd just be reapplying a regen that was there anyway. The only thing I can imagine spamming Medica 2 is it's really easy because you don't have to specifically target anyone. You can just throw it away. Right. And if you're not too savvy with your keybinds or whatever, that's nice and easy and comfortable to deal with. Oh, I've got to get out of there. So maybe that's why people do it. But even then, do Medica 1. Oh god, I'm sorry, I'm healing the wrong target. Talking about savvy with keybinds. Oh, I soft targeted instead of hard targeting. Alright, he's fine. He's fine. Oh, I got you. I can only imagine how worried he feels. Having a noob healer talking constantly about how badly they're doing in a mid-high level dungeon. I'll have regen on you this time. There you go. Enjoy. Specially prepared, that was. That was a nice opening there. I had regen on, I got an arrow up, and then the 3 holies. And now I'm not passing. And that's like 3 or 4 cures. And now I think he's comfortable enough that I can start casting stone again. Nice. probably playing way too greedy with some of this stuff. Right, regen. No arrow this time. What? Interrupted. Do I have to get in this deep? I guess that's the other question. I feel like I probably don't. Kiraga's probably good there because it will get me and him. Oh my god, nice. Let's refresh that regen. Oh, regen's actually a terrible idea when someone's low because that global cooldown there might be the death of him. I've experienced that quite often as a tank actually, where you really need a heal and you see they cast regen. Alright, here we go, final boss. This is really short, it feels like. Weird. This is an amazing moment in the story here, guys.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Midgardsormr wasn't dead, guys. And he can speak to us. Remember what we learned in the Dragoon quest about the dragon's eyes and their power?
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy Lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
I don't remember how his voice changes after the swap. So this is it, Midgardsormr, the final boss. This is the first fight I remember, even notwithstanding ultimate weapon and stuff, with a lot of ground telegraphs and a lot of like tricky things going on with the telegraphs. And I'm probably gonna fuck this up, just to say, because I'm focusing on healing and putting the dots on and stuff like that. But we will see. Come then, thou wilt. Look, I'm not gonna be able to read his dialogue as well. So admonishment is in the middle. Inner turmoil is that blue one there. Literally no one's needed healing yet. I mean a little bit. Phantom kin. Okay, so like you can't stand in front of those guys. I don't know where is safe though. I'm gonna come right to the back, I guess. No. Like the arrows are pointing where they'll be. I'm gonna trust. Yeah, okay, alright, we're fine. And the middle was also not safe. Why they're tethered, I don't know. Do they need a tether? Okay, one of us got hit there. Let me heal him up. Holy shit, he almost died. Oh my god, okay. Right, I'm gonna do Medica, regular Medica here then. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay, we're alright, but we're going to have to leave, I think, immediately after this. Alright, no, I'm safe here.
How bold thy defiance.
Defiance? Right, we're going to have to heal him. He's got 2 vulnerability. This is a bit scary. Oh. 2 Mirage Dragons. Okay, everyone's 100% health. I'll arrow one. And then the other. And then Holy. I think Holy will work here, right? They're probably stunnable. Oh, don't stand in the very middle. No, they're not stunnable. Fuck me. Oh, God. Oh, God. Did I make it? I don't know how I survived that. Yeah, I mean, they planned it, yeah. All right, regen, couple of cure 2s. The tank's taking damage in this phase. I love this music. Okay, mana's getting a little bit low, so we'll Lucid Dream. I need to remember that I've got Q to dash away anytime I need it. Alright, the vulnerability's dropped off. That's quite forgiving. Midgardsormr's Aether, though, he's got like an overdrive bar that's filling up. Anima Diversion. What the fuck is that? Ow. Okay, immediately into Medicar. What do you guys think I should do? Should I, Alright, here, this is our first stack in the main story, right? Oh, no. Ultimate weapon had some. This is called Akmorn. And you'll see there were loads of arrows there. So that player left. I almost died. When Akmorn is a very common dragon ability in this. Holy fuck. Like in the first expansion and stuff, you'll see they do it a lot. You'll see the ability, just not even the first expansion, just all over the place. And, holy fuck. And so get used to it. The telegraph is stacked together. I'm gonna wait. Alright, there, I think we're okay now. Okay, let's give him, he's been tank busted. Let's get ready to heal him up. Give him some regen. Oh my god, that tank buster did like nothing. You end up seeing it a lot, and it's always multiple hits. You stack together and stay together for a long time. Holy shit, I'm genuinely quite nervous right now. Mana's low, Lucid Dream, lots of AoE healing needed. Because we've got a lot of the fight left. I hope there's a gap in the middle here. Thankfully, everyone's very happy at the moment and healthy. You just keep doing damage. Alright, here. This is hard to avoid. As soon as I see that middle one blow up, I'm running into it. Okay. Perfect. Top the tank up once more. Probably should have done that with a regen, actually. Holy shit, look at that. He does take a lot of damage. I guess it all depends whether the tank has... Here, like, it's on me. We have to stay together, like, for a long time. See, but you get loads of arrows, right? And that means, I think that's what that means, anyway. So we share the hits. Oh my god, I get low from that. I get so low. Disgust. Oh god. More mana. Oh god. Oh my god. I'm really close to dying. Arrow. I'm curing myself here. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. We're gonna have to do medical 2 again. Fucking hell, the dragons are back. Oh. Okay, we are now really struggling for mana. He's doing this again. Oh god. I'll tell you, all it's gonna take is some of us to fuck this up a little bit. And I don't know whether I'm gonna be able to hold on. Oh, please don't die. I should have lucid dreamed more earlier on. Okay, we got presents. Oh god, it's back. What do I do? Okay. Medicara. Okay, we're all regenning. I'm just gonna wait. Oh, potions. Good point. No, I only have an antidote. Lucid dreaming's back. Heal. Heal. Oh, I was too late. I was too slow. I died. Oh my god. Oh, we get the raise from the DPS. That's insane. Holy shit. that could have been it, man. Oh, I'm really mad at that, though. Wait. We need to press the right buttons here. Oh, am I fucked? Oh, I'm fucked. No, I'm not. I'm okay. No, I'm not. I'm dead. Ah. That was really hard to read. Oh. We're casting again, Resurrection. Can he survive the tank buster? No. Okay, but now I can swift cast, get the tank up. But if he doesn't Akmorn, we're dead. He's doing an Akmorn! I've gone for the res. I cast the res. Oh, shit. Alright, hold on, let me see. Do we have ethers? No. Yeah, maybe. We might have an ether. I do. I have a couple of ethers. Okay, let me just bind them. We'll be okay with ethers. And also, I'll just lucid dream a little bit earlier into the fight. Holy shit. If you're low on MP, stop casting stone. That's a good point as well, I guess, yeah. You remember this dungeon as one of my earliest 14 streams? Did I do this in an early stream? I don't remember ever streaming this. When or why would I have ever done this? Oh man, I'm sorry guys. We had a limit break there as well. Did we have T2? Do I have thin air at this level? What is thin air? I've never heard of that. Thin air, no, that's level 58. Next action is executed without MP cost. Oh wow. once a minute. But you get 2 charges. So 2 free spells. No, I'm using every button I can use. Alright, here we go. Yeah, so we can just ease off on the stones if we need to. When's the best time to use Presence of Mind? So I'm going to lose it. Well, no, we still have fuck tons of MP right now. We don't need to use that yet. Oh, those 2 dragons close together that ended up knocking me out. That was brutal. Was it this pattern here? I bid thee rise, my child, and join in the chorus once more. So, in case you didn't really get the picture here, he's just look, stone is basically free. Do I ever really need to stop? I thought that you didn't ever really need to stop. I guess it's free, but it is slowly limiting what I can do. Nice addle, thank you. Right, so let's do this. And then this. Not sure where we want to stand here. I think back again, yeah. Yeah, a Medica 2 and a Medica 1 is enough to full heal everyone. Yet thy heart is full of fear. Right, I'm probably going to Lucid Dream here because it was in this phase that I started actually getting lower MP because I had to cure this guy. What happens when his Aether fills up, by the way? Oh, I got tagged by the flame ring. Fuck. That's not good. That's a bit of extra pressure. Well, let's heal us both, I guess, with the Kiraga. Hopefully I'm in range for that. Oh, I'm casting it on the wrong fucking person. Great. Not good. Right, MP's at about half. Let's regen the tank. Hopefully that's enough. Here's Animite Diversion again. Do you know what? I'm going to Presence of Mind when he Akmons. Oh shit. Okay, don't stand in the middle of Anima Diversion, I guess. Me having this vulnerability is absolutely horrifying, by the way. Here's this. So I can Medica spam to counter this with Presence of Mind, see? Someone cast cover on me there, so I had loads of health. Alright, we got a Lucid Dream. And here's probably safe, yeah. Let's Aether now. So we've got 5k. We're alright there. Antipathy. Alright, that's it there. In. Okay, my Vuln's gone. That's good. He's probably going to need a heal or two here. Oh, well, I think we're fine, to be honest. Wow, I say that. We're at halfway. I felt fine last time. So there's Disgust, Medica 2, Medica 1. Two Dragon, we're fine here, I think. This one basically solved itself. This button is insane. Medica 2 is insane. Lucid Dreaming. Sorry, I probably could have done that a tick or two earlier. Antipathy in. Let's regen him before the tank buster. And cure him. I like this so much. I really like this. Alright, another Akmon. We have to be together. I don't have Presence of Mind. Medica 2. Medica 1. We're gonna like triple cast it. Get out of the middle just because of that anima thing. That was a brilliant addle there, by the way. Holy fuck. Yeah, he does the Akmorn and then a huge nuke afterwards. Okay. I can go right into the boss of this, right? There's no... Oh, unless he does that blue cone, but I don't think he will. Lucid Dream again. Did it nice and quick that time. Alright, it's just MP management, that's all it is. Did I make it? Oh, fuck, man, that fucking lag. Oh, God. No Akmorn, please, sir. Oh, no, he's Akmorning. I'm nervous about this one. Oh. I get left. If I see Akmorn with one Volm, I am nearly dead. I'm gonna die to disgust, actually, aren't I? Yeah. Fuck! Oh, I threw a stone in there. I did one stone. That's what that was. That was one stone. Because I thought I was fine from disgust, but obviously we still had that one Volm on us as well. Where are we here? We're fine here. How's your MP after you get rezzed? Fuck, the worst thing about this is... I've got an antidote here to keep up here. But when you lose stats once you've got weakness on you. I'm precasting sprint for this. Okay, is he going to be fine? I think he's going to be fine. Let's regen him. I think I probably have to heal everyone up a little bit here. We got loads of MP here. All right. Fucking hell. No, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Oh my God, we get another limit break. He's nearly dead. We got it. We got it this time. Oh, nicely done, guys. Oh my God. That's a cool fight, man. Yeah, there's the disgust. Akmorn into disgust. It's nasty. Wait, did I antidote? No, they're ethers, aren't they? On the far right. Did I drink an antidote? I can use my dash. Yeah, look, I just have no muscle memory for any of that, and obviously I'm thinking about a lot of different things at once. Yeah, I do know that. No, I ethered. It's ether on cooldown, not antidote. Ah, and some slops of healing. I'll equip those. That was really fun. Thank you, guys. Oh my God. What happened to the cutscene there? What did he do? Well, we'll see. All right, so what's going on here? The dragon is awake. Did we just beat this like massively elder godlike thing, or was it just testing us?
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve.
Excuse me. You don't say it's Heidelin. All right, Heidelin's all weak and shit at the moment anyway.
Speak, mortal, and I shall listen.
Ooh. Hello, I'm Tremor. How's it going?
Guided by a star.
So he knows of Heidelin.
My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn.
Uh-oh.
Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds.
So remember, they've spoken. There's been much ado about the origins of the war and what caused it and all this, and even Midgårdsorm's mentioning this.
We do not forget. We do not forgive.
Oh, Bangladesh has a really good comment. Oh, is he the only one dragon that speaks in our tongue? Good point. Most dragons, you just hear the dragon speak out loud in the voice acting, and you have to read it. But what I'll notice here, though, is that the dialogue UI has the weird frilly bits around the outside of it. So that, to me, says he is speaking a different language. Is the echo that's letting us hear. Maybe it's just a bit weird with the voice acting. Pre-Heaven's Ward? I don't know. What do you guys think? We disagree.
7 children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution.
Here you go. So yeah, he had 7 dragons. I won't, but I can probably list 4 of them very easily off the top of my head. Bahamut and Nidhogg, we know there's 2. I can probably list another 2 very easily. In fact, I know I can. One begins with H, one begins with T. That still leaves 3 more. What you guys should understand as well is most of these dragons lived on the southern continent, like really far to the south, where there's been no expansion ever so far. It's a place called Mericidia, which is where I really want to go one day. See, Bahamut in the moon is not actually Bahamut, it's a primal Bahamut. It's a reborn Bahamut, like how Shiva was brought back to life. The original Bahamut lived and died in that southern continent. Anyway, these are all cool dragon lore bits that we'll get as we go along.
I rise to join in the chorus.
Oh, you want retribution as well?
Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end.
So he calls us powerless. What do you mean my reprieve is at an end? What reprieve? Hydaelyn?
Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen.
So did he just try to straight up slay us there? And we were protected. Now remember, throughout the story, we gathered all these little crystals, and we were protected in the ultimate fight and stuff. Does Midgardsormr know what's going on here?
Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent.
This is a cool line. This might be Endwalker stuff. He says he remembers to her. What does he remember? I think I know what he remembers. I won't say, because that's actual spoiler stuff. And he consents. What does he consent to? Hydaelyn's constantly telling us to hear, feel, think, right? I think he's got that. I think he's nailed that instruction, maybe.
Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
So now that he knows Hydaelyn's chosen us, he says, well... I'll have to remember that. That's an interesting Midgardsormr line. Once I know the full story, it'll be interesting to go back to. So look, we're here again with our crystals. But Midgardsormr is not happy with this whole invulnerability shit. Or whatever. I don't know. Do these make you invulnerable or something? I'm not sure. Hydaelyn did, but she's weaker. I don't know. Basically, he's going to say, fuck you. You don't get to have these anymore. Let's see if you can get by on your own. He's going to depower them all. And we're back to where we were, really, at the start of the game. Which leaves us very vulnerable to the Ascians, I would assume, again. Because the Ascians, whenever we gathered one of these, they were like, oh god, he's getting stronger. So, Midgardsormr wants to know if we're the real deal, or we're only making it because of these gifts we've been given. I shall not harm thee, proceeds to laser us. Well, look, we're fine, though. It's a happy laser.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker.
I don't know whether I like this voice acting, by the way. The ha-ha-ha sounded terrible. But I like the rest of his kind of slow speech.
Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by
So what's going on here? Like, he can mess with Heidelin's gifts and stuff? Like, is Heidelin allowing him to do this? Because she's confident in her choice in us?
I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
So there's something I've been skirting around this whole Let's Play so far, and I guess I'll start talking about it now. And the reason I've been skirting around it is because I'm not too sure on the situation. There's the Echo, right, which is giving us flashbacks and allowing us to understand people's intent. This with soul thing, right? There's the Echo. We have the Echo. There is another, like, perk we have. It's the Blessing of Light. And early on in the story in ARR, they didn't really distinguish between the two of them very well. But we have both, and they do different things. I don't know whether this is the Blessing of Light specifically that we're talking about now. This crystal thing, this is not the Echo. This is something... We have two things, you know. Minfilia doesn't have this Blessing of Light. I think this is where they finally start to distinguish between the two. And I'm pretty sure there's more clarity on that later, but I've forgotten so much about the story. So, yeah, just something to think about as we go along, I guess.
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
Oh, it's baby Midgårdsoma!
The covenant binds me to thee.
I loved this bit of the story when I first played this. I was like, oh shit! Like, I thought he was just like a villain that was removing our, like, convenient blessing thing. But no, he comes with us, guys. He's on...
I shall watch, listen, and wait.
He's gonna judge... This is so cool, I think. He's basically gonna judge our progress now.
Fight and struggle, if it be thy will.
So, I don't know what the situation is here, really. Is Anima just... is Midgårdsoma just allowed to split his anima into, like, another thing? Because the camera is still focusing on the big Midgårdsoma. Like, this is still a thing.
Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life.
Her body... What, Heidelin? Because Heidelin is like the star, right? The whole realm. But when we say star, we mean like planet, we mean like... or whatever, I don't know. Is that why she's getting weaker? Because he's been feeding off of her or something? I don't know. Or does he mean something else?
When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
What is the dragon song? Drink from my body, Dragon Daddy. This is what I get when I look over in chat. I love this. So yeah, I've been avoiding throughout this Let's Play. Numerous people in the background have had a mini pet with them. Midgårdsoma, a mini pet. And I've been going on and on about how Midgårdsoma's dead at Silvertear Lake and stuff. Yeah, he joins you and you can use him as a mini from now on. And I always use him as a mini. I actually, when we've been swapping to Macon, I've specifically disabled the Midgårdsoma minion. Until now, I can turn it back on. You may now summon Midgårdsoma by selecting the corresponding entry within your minion guide under character. So it's a bit demeaning maybe for him to be under the minion menu, but yeah. So if you check it out, minion guide, there's a new one now. Midgårdsoma, Father of Dragons, Keeper of the Lake, Bane of the 14th Legion. While it is difficult to believe the Yarmlong pup could be any of these things, he assures you his current form is only temporary while he awaits the reconstruction of a new corporeal vessel. And he's independent. You can't control this mini around. Sometimes he also will land on your shoulder, though. And just so that you know, as the story twists and turns, this mini kind of changes a little bit, in a way. Because what Macon has is technically different. But yeah, Midgardsormr will be watching. And of course I'm going to favourite that. I love this shit. Having Midgardsormr at your side throughout Heavensward is amazing. So there's going to be a huge war, right? Between dragon and man in the next expansion. Like, just epic amounts of suffering and crazy stuff. And he's the parent of the dragon doing it all. And he doesn't even step in. He just watches. And he listens and he sees what's happening. He doesn't side with his own son against you as you take up arms against him. It's really cool. I fucking love Midgardsormr. I really do. A total like a godlike neutral party that's with you. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? But I shouldn't waste time. You shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphino left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. And when really cool stuff is happening in the Heavensward story, I always find myself thinking, fuck, what does Midgardsormr think of this? And then he starts chiming in. It's always right on cue. Midgardsormr starts speaking again. I'm like, yeah. It's cool stuff. And again, thanks guys. That was a fun dungeon. That really was. I'm disappointed in myself for running out of MP, but I have no experience really on this class yet, and we are kind of going in the deep end there. 12, save me! Is it coming? Well, what should we do? Oh, he's not? Wait, who? What? Lucia says, have you spoken with Commander Leveilleur yet? He has been pacing again. Wait, is he here? That Lady Knight from Ishgard cuts quite... Yeah. Oh, did we hear all of this? Nobody's changed, right? Yeah, nobody's changed. Your favourite part is in certain side content? Yeah, so I'm a little disappointed by this. Some really cool plot threads, Midgardsormr's entire story, kind of ends up being not in the main story. It's one of the... Basically, it's in a raid storyline, guys. And I want to rebel against that and be angry at that in a way. I want it to be like, oh, this should be main story. But on the other hand, there's not like a quality loss in this game. Just because it's side story, it doesn't mean you don't get cool cutscenes. You know, like that Crystal Tower thing that we're waiting on, or the coils, the Bahamut coils. They're not like underfunded, quickly made things. They're really fucking good. They're every bit as good as the main story. So it doesn't really matter to me whether it's main or not. You know, the story's in the game, and yeah, some players will miss it, I guess, but how invested were they in the first place? So yes, Midgardsormr's story ultimately concludes or progresses in some side stuff eventually, but you know, I still think it's fine. It's a brilliant story. Truth interpreted is truth transformed. Today's heroes may yet become tomorrow's gods, or something else. Alphino, hi. Praise to 12 that you're hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Amaric's request. You've completed your investigation on the Keeper of the Lake, I take it. Then I would hear your report. Well, there's a lot to report. You converse with Midgardsormr, I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Wormlord did not perish, and has sooth lain in dormant for these past 15 years? Less a resurrection and more a rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years as passing as moments. So yeah, he just took a couple of years to regenerate. And if he's lived through all these calamities and all this time, you know, we are talking thousands and thousands and thousands of years. It's not like Earth history where we only have, you know, the 4 to 5k maybe. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Amaric immediately. You know, this is like in a Harry Potter novel where all the crazy shit happens at the end of the book and then Harry has to tell Ron and Hermione about it, or Dumbledore about it, and they kind of just gloss over his recollection of the events. But you know that there's just so much that just had to be explained. Poor Tremor just had to say every line of dialogue again. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgardsormr in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. Yeah, I have a dragon with me now. Ishgardians probably would not be happy with that. For your own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. It's funny, couldn't Midgardsormr talk to them here as well, you know? I think that idea, guys, is he only manifests when he wants to. So for the majority of the time, we know he's over our shoulder, we know he's looking. You can summon him as a minion, obviously, but he only appears when he deigns. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Emeric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. I love the structure of this patch, right? Because everyone's thinking about the first expansion. We're opening, and it seems to be really building to the first expansion. But believe me, guys, this is not the highlight of these patches. 2.55 is defined by something very else. And it's not the Ishgardian plot beats. Is there something you're not telling us, Tremor? You seem different somehow. It is almost as if you're missing something important. Alright, well, I'll tell you, Minfilia. 12th Offend? Midgardsormr stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? I feel okay, just like I'm back to level 1, you know? I see, it's a relief to hear that you're otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Huh, perhaps Midgardsormr made a mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silver Tear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Ulthik and Nymera, Brother Time and Sister Fate, decreed that Midgardsormr ever watch over the source, from which all water and magic was said to flow. So these guys believe that the gods made Midgardsormr with the creation of the planet, and the lake was there at the start or something? I don't know. What I can tell you, I don't know, that there is, I do know, Midgardsormr's origin is not of this star. He's like from somewhere else in the universe, I think, right, essentially. He just sort of came here. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods whom he treated, but Hydaelyn herself? Well, if he's watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you'll have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. What if it becomes extremely important in an acute situation? How is that a burden? Oh, here he is. I didn't have to speculate about the nature of his arrivals. I guess they explain it here. Art thou a pawn or a master of thy fate, he asks. What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? Look, all these things, all these job stones, they're all so interested in us. It's amazing how similar this story is to Divinity Original Sin, actually.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale.
Okay. Did.
I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other.
Are you a punk? Leaves. Dude, I love your comments. Yes, that's basically what happened there.
The Dravanians are coming.
They are.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature.
Yeah, what have you guys been doing? You abandoned us at Cartano and stuff? You not prepared? What's the matter with you?
Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Okay, Lucia, thank you. See you shortly. That was the Coke opening there. I don't know whether the mic picked up, by the way. What do you think now,
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
It's funny, now that people have mentioned his voice is Bram, there are certain moments I do hear, like the way he said different there. Alphino. The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. And all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defences and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgårdsormr who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such a time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded. So, they never gave us aid, nor have requested it. Alright, onwards and upwards. Ere I forget, I believe Moenbryda has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there's been some progress, considering our efforts to combat Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with Crystal Graves. It's just crazy, man. I can't imagine how the studio did this. As the receptionist of the Rising Stones, it is my job to receive all manner of guests with due courtesy. I've had to memorialise the political positions and military ranks of half a dozen different nations. How did they do so much stuff for Heavensward, which is so interlayered and well woven and everything, while writing all this as well? And they had it all flow together fairly well. The lady... Yeah, okay, and you guys haven't changed. Seems like just Tataru's updating, or I'm forgetting. Oh no, she's over here, right, sorry. PowerPoint? Can I get a PowerPoint? All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we? Okay. Well, I was gonna go there. I guess, fair enough. Well, no, maybe we can get a link pearl with her. What do you have to say, Alphino? Did I just double up with you? Of all our adversaries, the Ascians could well be considered the most dangerous. I do hope Moenbryda's research has borne fruit. PowerPoint? Can never tell if I can sit back or I'm the one voicing it. I think they're voicing this one, probably.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void.
Right.
Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Because these are big batteries, but stuff leaks out of them quick.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
Heidelin knew, but, you know.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
We did think of it, and we talked about it, didn't we? 99% sure we did. I wonder what Midgårdsormr thinks of this.
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods?
Look, Papalimo is basically being chat right now. Yeah, we floated the idea, but we were told it wasn't a good idea.
Being Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Don't test me.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Ida. I know how you feel.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do
It's been a few days, hasn't it, Ida?
While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
Oh, look at the detail here.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the great river of Aether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Moenbryda.
This is what we use when we aetherite around, right?
Give me a bit more credit, will you?
Is that old
Why would we
Moenbryda
need
I
to
was looking
tap
at
the
there?
river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
Which is kind of amazing, right? We could summon primals for free. This is quite the proposal.
I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Moenbryda makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
Well, there's loads around. The Burning Wall?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
What is this? A, he's sitting there listening at the door. That's weird, bro. I don't think you should have been doing that. 2, he just bursts in, arrogantly revealing he was listening at the door, but whatever. 3, he's just using this to curry favor on a completely unrelated job.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum.
Meridianum.
During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant.
That's where we ended the game, where we initiated the final missions from.
Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men.
Alphino is weird and creepy. That's what makes him so relatable. Does it now?
Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Ascians will next appear.
Ascians? That's a great way to pronounce it.
To hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the crystal braves and lend them your support. Thangrid and Papalymo shall accompany you.
It's interesting, the fact that Alphino, the leader of the Crystal Braves, is a scion. You could interpret that as the Crystal Braves are an arm of the scions, if you choose. I guess they would have had to be very explicit and clear that that's not the case.
Ida and Y'shtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moenbryda. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
I really thought in the cutscene for a second there, we would just see everyone nod one by one. It would have been amazing. Ida with a big thumbs up there.
I shall continue mine own experiments on white aurosite.
Thank you, Urianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well.
So you're going to try and stop it leaking so quick? If you could just stop it leaking, then you could just, you know, keep the Ascian trapped, I guess. Like a genie in a bottle. Well, good stuff. Lots of decisive action there. Though I have little doubt you'll prevail against the Empire's forces, I shall pray for your success nonetheless. Our very future may depend upon Moenbryda being free to pursue her experiments. Yeah, the Empire hasn't really had anything to do with the story so far in these patches. And now all of a sudden we find them at Silvertear Lake and they're doing things around here as well. It would seem that the events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I wish it were otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The fourth have already been deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. So what were the two Crystal Brave companies that were getting a lot of money? The first and the third, they had all the fame and glory, right? So Wilrid will apprise us. Meanwhile, he's going to rendezvous with Ilberd at the headquarters. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Oh man, there really is a thing. None of these people ever put themselves in danger. Yeah, I always am. It's a good thing that Tremor doesn't end up feeling bitter about that as a team player. Bitty, that's not a good word, isn't it? Isn't that what a little kid says when they want, like, milk? Isn't that the thing? Your duties take you to Northern Thanland, do they not? Yeah, they do. We too must say our farewells to the Raising Stones for a time. Flamin travels to Uldar, and we shall serve as her escort. Oh, Flamin, you're leaving? At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain acquaintances in the Gilded City. We're beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scions' cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know Eorzea must present a united front or we shall fall. Yeah, I still don't know whether I really like her just leaving forever and then just, oh, I'll come back, I was always going to, when we hunted her down. How extraordinary that my little Ascilla is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side, not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections. Oh, what do you mean influential connection? She was out in the boonies for years, wasn't she? But I fear that Uldar has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Bah! Woe betide the blackguard that gives so much as glares in your direction, my lady. And he roars and she giggles. I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way then? So these three are leaving, guys. I'll be sad to see them go. I love these guys. It's funny because on replay here I can see what they're doing with the story here. Off they go to the dangerous city. Oh, I thought Coulternet was going to have an extra word for us there, but no. Just eat the soul crystal before it leaks so we get all the Aether? That's an idea, isn't it? For a small organisation, we certainly chew through a lot of prodigious amount of foodstuffs. Perhaps I should put a lock on the larder door. We do seem to be running low on provisions. I believe an excursion to the marketplace is in order. Well, yeah, and you lost one of your best shots. Look, nobody's here! Oh. I love the idea of one point they just leave someone hidden here. Once again, I'm forcefully reminded of the Sylph, which was just a cool little moment. Alright, let's go fight some Guardians then. It's a bit like the whole BMX Bandit and Angel Summoner thing from Mitchell Webb. Angel Summoner? I don't remember that. I've watched quite a lot of that. Wasn't she a famous singer? Yeah, I guess she was famous. So that did flash through my mind just now. So I can maybe, you know, she gets her connect. Even if she's been on the down low for a while, she can get her connections back pretty easily. Hello, Wilrid. Don't really remember much about you. You were there earlier, though. Commander Levier sent word you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can't handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalja. But returning to the task at hand. Oh, yeah, you were that. I remember. You were the guy that betrayed people. With the Amalja and all that. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raban's Bush. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here at the plant. Guardians could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I'll inform the others that you've arrived. No doubt it'll be welcome tidings. Great. Thank you. So, guys, there's only 2 quests after this before the patch is over. But one of them is a trial. So, holy fuck, I thought the trial was 2.55. So, I don't know who's around at the moment, but if you guys want to log in to do the trial min-eye level, I think that'd be really, really fun. It's a cool fight that I don't remember ever doing min-eye level. There's no extreme, but still. Privates, my soldiers, yet still tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices. Devices of Imperial design, no less. By my order, the flame... I love this little bit of the UI down here, spinning, that like little line. It's just on its target, but it's just that I had the camera in a very specific spot. It looked like it was part of the dialogue box. By my order, the flame station there are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound. I have faith our men will be able to neutralize the threat, but in the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news of latest movements. So I would ask your aid once again. Okay. I've been keeping a close eye on the Garlean garrison. To its seem, the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the scouts seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. This will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I've apprised your fellow Scions of the situation, and I'm heartened to know that they'll be joining the effort. So please report to Lieutenant Alain and lend your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. Oh, but I don't have the blessing of light anymore. I'm a bit nervous. Uh-oh. Well, here they are, everybody. Now that is an impressive piece of steel. Oh, Moenbryda's weapon. Yeah, have we seen that yet? Jesus, look at it. Isn't it a beauty? A lady merchant in Revenant's Toll simply gave it to me. Said she was investing in the future or some such. Rowena gave that to you? Is that one of the things you earned through the Legendary Collection, maybe? The Relic Collection, I should say. Have you ever seen Moon swing her axe? Swipe, slice, cleave? There's really no stopping her. Ida always impressed and enthusiastic and happy. Considering the weapon she wields, I don't believe the lady is in need of additional protection. Be it a squad of soldiers or some Magitech monstrosity, I shall allow no foe to harm the lovely Moenbryda. Good job, Thancred. He's basically just a horn dog in this story. Right then. Time to see if all this training has paid off. Rocket guide my blade. Don't worry, sir. You are with me. What's that line from? The "you're with me" line. Can't remember. Glad to have you with us, Tremor. I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained the Guardians have deployed a small force from Castor Meriadnum. Their main column assembles in the north, near the Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves to the west. Aha, here's Ilberd. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilberd! Give each other a quick salute. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with aught the Guardians might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless, holed up in Uldar, so I've marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defences and add the numbers to your counterattack. The reinforcements are welcome. Well, so even the Third are like one of the privileged ones, right? We have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye, it would be best to avoid staging battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take the fight to the Guardians. Is ceruleum basically just petrol here? They're just saying it's combustible. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. You're with the Third then, Warrior of Light. Your job is to intercept these squads, hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the process. It really feels like an ARR. They keep us split up from the Scions in moments of combat a lot. That's not going to be the case as we go forwards, if I remember rightly. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yu Hase. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials concealed themselves by now. Okay. Yu Hase. I've got to be honest, guys. I don't like Yu Hase very much. Not that he's done anything to me, and he was nice before. It's funny, we're right near the entrance to the Ultimate Ballad, and I just got a little bit distracted there. It's funny, when I was doing White Mage stuff, there was a White Mage quest here as well, and the same thing happened to me. Like I went to the wrong icon. I can't really do this one off screen, because I'm not strong enough to unsync it yet. We're only level 50. And getting a pie is going to be brutal. A pleasure to be fighting into your side once more, Scion. Our operatives invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads. The better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground. So all of this basically is turning into a massive battle. We'll end up getting into a fraction of a fraction of a fraction, so we're on our own. Basically. It's a hunt and seek and destroy. Yeah, man, the Ultimate Ballad as well. It was so easy. I'm a bit disappointed by that one. But I guess they did an ultimate version of the fight later. Ultimate Weapon Ultimate. So probably all is forgiven at that point, right? Oh, God. You know what? I really... Oh, I guess we can do the whole patch on White Mage. Why not? Let's have our greens. Get out of the way of that. What the hell? How did... See that there, right? That, I think, was lag. I think that was a lag spike of up to 500 ping or something. Because I moved, and it didn't cancel Holy, which meant that the server hadn't seen that I'd moved at all. And I was nowhere near that animation. Nowhere near it. And yet I managed to get... I got hit. So I think you saw a real lag spike there. Because, like, right blatantly in the middle of Holy, I was, like, wandering around, and it still basically cast the spell. I think it might have cancelled it. A little bit of a blur. So again, it's not really the latency, but it's more the instability in the latency that can sometimes cause a weird jump. Ilberd is my second favourite character, with Raban being my favourite. It's sure to see why they're best friends. Yeah, I love those two. They're really cool. We haven't really had much about their history yet. To be honest, guys, I thought they were brothers. Maybe they'll reveal that they were. I thought they were brothers, but I guess all we've heard so far in the story is that they know each other. There, we got a nice stun there. That was cool. Like they came up from Alamigo and they went different ways. You know, one ended up in the pits and one ended up adventuring or whatever. But I really thought that they were both brothers. Or maybe it's that later in the story they're alluded to as brothers. I'm gonna have to heal myself at some point with all this. But they mean it in more of a, you know, like a, what's the term for that? I used to know that. We're not using brother in the strictest of senses, let me say that. There's a term to describe that. You know, it's like when you have an Aunt Flo, but she's not really your aunt. She's just a time of the month. No, you know, like they're not really brothers. But again, there might also be. I don't know. We'll see as it goes along. There's plenty of Ilbert around. You thought Sid's dad is my favourite character? I mean, I find Sid's dad incredibly intriguing, and I haven't finished that story. I don't know what happens there. I don't know what happens at the end of the Eureka story with the disappearance of the Isle of Vow. I don't know what happens there. Basically, all the field operation stories I haven't done. You seem grim, Scion. I take it to mean that between us, more than a few Guardians won't be making it back to the Castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I'd be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another piece of these Magitech horrors. It's time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I'll contact the 4th and let Lieutenant Alian know the west is now clear. I'd appreciate if you do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. I feel like I should have been in the thick of the action, you know? I feel like I haven't been utilised very well here. What if them snapped through? We weren't even at a key area. We missed that weapons shipment earlier in the patch. Let's hope we don't miss anything else, you know? If we've been sent away, I'm sure, you know, it was just... Private! What news of the Garleans? Their raiding parties are no more then. Excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. More material for bonus episodes? I mean, quite possibly, yeah. I'm not opposed to it. Oh, here we go. This is the quest that leads to the trial, by the way. So, yeah, it's coming up very soon. We'll be looking for 7 people to do it. It's not an extreme, but it should be fun, because we'll do it mid-eye level. An uninvited Ascian. You can probably see where this is going. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Alian has reported a sound victory over the main column and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rogadin lady with the large axe. So it appears she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. Ah, Moenbryda, what are you doing? I know... Whoa, my lord. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Thanland is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you check in on her before you continue on your way. Okay, Moenbryda. Look at that. She's only been with us a short while, but she really feels like one of the team, you know. I love this detail of her getting this badass axe. Potentially a relic weapon. Again, I don't know what it actually looks like. That'll be the warrior one. Ah, look, she's at a crystal. Makes sense. Hello, Moenbryda.
Hold on, I won't be a second.
And she's got a huge amount of voice acting too.
The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe.
My god, she just killed that thing? Jesus, what even is it? Oh, it looks all mangled up. That's his eye.
I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one.
She's cool, man.
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea.
Who is it? Is it Luxor?
Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it?
I'm guessing Urianger is the excruciatingly stiff childhood friend.
Aye, that ought to do it.
Nice. Kind of feels a bit meteorologicus-y looking at it there. Vaguely, in terms of the shape. If you imagine Meteorologicus without the clouds. Alright, okay, it's a stretch.
So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting.
Yeah, we use the word friend there, but I bet there's something romantic, actually.
Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed?
A little
The
bit.
siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
Oh.
He senses me. A useful talent.
Yeah, wow, that was cool. Shamma just immediately took... There's nothing there. But we immediately turned around. We realised someone was eavesdropping. And it ain't Midgardsormr. We get the black text box with the pink cat. Do you know what, guys? This is like... Every time we've spoken to an Ascian, the text boxes look like this. I don't remember this from when I originally played. Was this added in Endwalker? I really don't remember that. Maybe I just forgot. Hello.
An Ascian. Are they onto us?
Doesn't sound like Lahabrea.
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler.
Ooh. So Nabrialis. I don't think we've interacted with Nabrialis yet. Might have appeared in one of those post-credit cutscenes.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
So he's talking about the tattoos. Anyone from Sharlayan, when they like graduate or whatever, they get these tattoos, magical tattoos. And if you, most of the Scions have them.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabrialis.
He's got, like, mutton chops under there?
And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of Lahabrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
No, Moenbryda, don't.
Oh, bugger.
Hey, bugger!
Do settle down.
Holy shit, he just knocked her away.
You must concede that I acted in self-defense.
Yes. Well, you could have
But
moved.
what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light.
No.
Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken.
What's the seal? I don't know.
Now is the time to claim the staff.
Louis Suar's staff? The seal? What? Is the seal something that, like, Hydaelyn protected our outpost or something?
With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
So this guy's just discovered this major thing that happened at Silvertear
What
Lake.
did that bastard want with us?
And he's ran into action real quick. I didn't even speak
Nabrialis,
there.
he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. Unconscious.
Dude, that's hilarious. Trevor recapped that by just waving his hand. I didn't even open my mouth.
But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Suar's staff.
Okay, there was a hilarious frame there where she did a surprise Pikachu face instead of the camera, and it looked really goofy, and they cut away from it, like, within the same second. It was amazing. But I guess that was the frame of her revelation.
Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Yeah, let's go. Toot sweet. You left your axe on the floor, by the way, Moenbryda. Oh no, she's picked it up again now. If I'm right and the Ascians after Tupsamati, then we'd best make all haste back to the Rising Stones. Minfilia must be warned. Now remember, Tupsamati's pretty badass as a staff. What on earth? Really? And it's basically been, like, what? Chekhov's gun this entire time. It's been there in the story, like, when are we going to do something with this? When's something going to happen? If you remember earlier, it conveniently wasn't there or whatever when the Ascians were around. I guess there's this seal that protected it or something. I don't know, but now that... There you go, Midgasama's on my shoulder there, see that? Or Midgasama. Let's pronounce everything terribly. But you do that already, WP. Yeah, alright. It's Midgasama and it's Wider. Who am I talking about there, guys? Wider? It's one of the scions. Wider. And Alphanod. And Minifile. Moenbryda. You're here. Master Louiox's staff. Is it kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now. Alright, I'll stop ruining the moment now. Here we go. Yash Tola. Well, that's how just Minfilia says her name. It's gone, everybody.
You too.
Nice reverb there.
So, you were able to divine my intent.
Divine?
What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull and quite incapable of barring my entry.
Have I really? I still have the echo. Oh, my staff. That was amazing. This staff is the best. What other weapons are there like this?
You truly do not know. Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain.
Does that line up then?
My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on.
Oh, right. See, that feels a bit weird. Why is La Habrea... Both La Habrea and Elidibus are of this world, while he isn't. What does that mean? How does that line up with later stuff?
But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone,
pause the video and explain that to me.
Act.
Or maybe that's Endwalker.
Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
Dimensional compression.
You will not harm her!
Get in there, Moenbryda. Second time will work. Oh. Okay, that looked really bad.
Moenbryda!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
It's full of Aether, lady.
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed?
In fact, weren't we just looking for a ton of Aether?
The staff Tupsamati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings.
This is how Louis Soir summoned the 12. They wanted a lot of Aether, and they got it.
How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals?
There you go. Sorry, I kind of... Sorry there, Navrialis. I jumped ahead of your exposition there.
Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it.
Really? I hope Endwalker touches on some of this. Elidibus wanted Moenbryda alive.
Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
This is another one of those little moments I kind of just want to, like, mark and remember and look back at once I beat Endwalker and see if it lines up or how it lines up. Damn, so this guy's just gone rogue, basically. He's making it all happen real quick. So, you know, we've been playing with Ascians a lot, and suddenly this guy's introduced, and I'll just be clear with you guys. I think we deal with him right here and right now.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Are you okay? Because that looked really fucking bad, and it looks like the magic is, like, melting away at your stomach. I can cast Raise on you or something. Cure? You want a cure, maybe? No? Tremor doesn't seem to think that's important. The Chrysalis, now accessible. So yes, guys, it's an Ascian fight. An Ascian boss fight. Our second of, since the big fight with La Hebrea at the end of the main game, which was really badass. Moenbryda is seriously injured here. Forget about me. Go! So when I hit entrance, it pops the new trial. As you can see here, this is the final trial of the base game. It does not have an extreme. So therefore, you can see it goes to Chrysalis, and then it's the hard modes, and then the extremes above, had we unlocked all of them. So a ruthless Ascian known as... Oh, well, hold on. So do we have people for this? Let's see here now. I'm going to say on Party Finder, Trials, the Chrysalis... Spud, min-eye level, and I'll heal. That was so fun. I'll heal again for sure. Nice white mage episode here, and I get another healer with me this time to share the burden. So let's see. A ruthless Ascian known as Navrialis has intruded upon the sanctum of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, spiriting away both the antecedent and the powerful relic she refused to yield. Pursue the Paragon through the dimensional rift and prize Moenbryda and Tupsamati from his tenebrous grasp. So there you go. It's a trial that starts here in the Solar, the new Solar, I guess. Now, I don't know what happens here if I exit this to the Rising Stones. What do people say? Is there anybody even here? So you'll notice they just got a bunch of characters out of Dodge. That's what I meant a second ago. They got a bunch of people out of here. I don't know where Tataru is, necessarily. Not around, I guess. Don't just hand waving that one. But yeah, more on getting people out of Dodge soon. So, okay, cool, guys. We got a team straight away as well. That makes me extremely pleased. I hope this is good. Usually this fight has a genuinely difficult bit in it, even in normal mode, where there's a phase where you have to limit break. You basically got to break a bunch of crystals while the tanks catch a bunch of meteors. And the best way to get through the phase is to limit break a crystal. So let's just try and go into that and remember that. And I'll show people as it's happening. Even in normal mode, you can wipe on this at that moment. The rest of the fight, I have no idea how it's going to go on min-eye level. Let's hope that it's tuned really well. It's a complete pot shot with a lot of these, how good they are, right? Obviously, not being in an extreme, I wouldn't expect this to be a billion pulls. But I guess we'll run through. Tataru's gone. She must be the Ascian. Oh my god. Tataru's Navrialis theory. Look at this place. So look, we're in like the void now. We're in like their area. I don't know whether this comes up a lot in Endwalker. This place is crazy though. And you can actually see like statues for all of the Ascians around the sides. Also, look, there's that big female-looking statue we saw in one of the end credits. I guess that's a representation of Zodiac, maybe? But look, you can see all their chairs. It's amazing, this place. I don't know where all the other Ascians are right now. There's no unique music for this either, unfortunately. Or is this unique music? I don't know. Let's see. I might have just been wrong. Thankfully, we have Orchestrion plug-in for that to tell us. It's called Thunderer. Ascian Battles and Twintania always have this song. Says Tremor. Alright, well, I'll let the tanks ready check and all that stuff, and I'll do my best as a healer here. Look at this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then another 7 over there. So 14 Ascians. And look, there's like the statue, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there like a shaft for each thing? I don't know. I shall not toy with you, as does La Habrea. Witness the power of Zodiac. So he's casting Spark. That looks like a tank buster. I'll heal the guy. I'm wary of this plodding pace. So he has this here, double. The next action initiated will be executed twice. I'm not going to presence of mind just yet. This is another one of those quite small bosses, so you don't really get a good look at him. Writhing powers of ruination from the deepest pits of the abyss, something. So the mechanic here is you run into these orbs, and there's different colours. I think Keep Constructs has this exact mechanic in Guild Wars 2. So the idea is don't let the orbs get into him. Any orb that touches him will give him like a DPS buff. If you collect the same orb twice, which I just did, you get massively hurt, as you can see there, so don't do that. I almost killed myself. So these are sneaking in, right? So we gave him quite a few orbs there. There's also, if you fail, I think these shadow sprites spawn. In normal mode, you can just kind of, especially on a tank, you can just kind of charge around and grab a bunch. So we might have messed that up, I don't know. I don't know how many stacks he has, because I can't target him. Insatiable Hunger of the Void, Devour All Light. Oh god, I fucking died. Oh my god, me and the monk got picked, and we just died. Holy shit. Is that because he had double? Wait, or was I supposed to face away, maybe? Was I standing in the wrong place, maybe? I don't know, honestly. Alright, let's Swift Cast, raise the monk. And then let's Lucid Dream. An arrow, I guess. My mana is absolutely blown up. Oh my god, the tank's dead. Oh shit. Alright, I'm hard raising. Oh, so's the other guy. Resurrection and raise. That's bad, right? What's the etiquette for that? When both people are rezzing the same guy, what's the etiquette? Is it the guy on the top of the party list says no? Has to go through, has priority? Well, I healed him there. Swift shall be your destruction. This feels weird. I feel like we could suddenly take a ton of damage at any moment. We're going alright here. I'm going to Aether. Alright, there's Phase. Maybe I didn't need to do that. Oh no, it's not Phase. So yeah, he like teleports and he does these giant beams. I don't know what the double is. I think he has triple as well. I think he triples stuff up eventually. It's amazing that spell, End of Days. You're going to interpret it one way for now, but I think later in the story you can interpret it in an entirely different way. Holy shit, he just got blown up. Well, I'll raise that then, I guess. Oh, we're at this again? Usually you only see one of these, I think. So yeah, like each one, the greeny black ones do like physical damage. The red ones do magical, and they stack the opposite debuff on you. So you can either wait the debuff out, or you can collect in the meantime. Like that's red again. I can't do 2 reds in a row. And yeah, they're blown up, so you want to stay apart from each other. Shadow Sprite. Yeah, what nuked me before? Do I have to stand in the middle in this bubble? Will that give me defense? I don't have anything that gives people like damage reduction yet, right? Alright, there we go. 2 deaths again. I guess I will. Oh god, I just tried to benediction the wrong thing. Oh my god, ow. Right, let's swift cast. Oh, it's because he's already been raised. How do I know if someone already has a raise queued on them? Like, I'm wasting my time there trying to resurrect someone who's already been resurrected. They just haven't hit confirm yet or whatever. How do I not waste my time with that? Right, more AoE heals here. We need a lot of them. Oh, thank God that wasn't directly at me. I was slide casting anyway. Yeah, there's quite a lot of medicating. I think we're all pretty healthy here. My arrow's still on. Lucid Mind again. We have T3 limit break, but I think we're going to use it on the crystal thing in a second. Let's cast Cure on the tank. Like, they don't have to swap or anything either, because it's only normal. Blight. By Zodiac's name, I command the River of Time. And Memphilia says, impossible, he has power over time itself. So we have to run away from this vortex thing. Holy fuck. Or go into it, I guess. I don't know what happens here. Where are we now? We're split apart. 3 people aren't here yet. Oh, there we go. I think they were just slow getting in. Have to AoE heal a lot here. Oh my god. Okay, so here in this phase, temporal flow is disrupted. The tanks have to catch these meteors. Otherwise, they do crazy damage to the whole team. Fuck, man. Like, my mana is low again. Okay, medical 2. Probably need to do medical 3. Meanwhile, we need to DPS this ethereal tear, which is what we just limit break. Once you break the tear, you can leave this area and you can go back. So there you go, that's success. But we were getting hit pretty hard there. Alright, let me put regen on the whole team, I guess. And then mental damage again. He seems to throw that at me every time. I guess both healers were together, and maybe it's an aggro on healer type thing. I'm not really casting Holy here. Is that a mistake? I don't think it is, because he's probably not stunnable. Still Shizu there. Quake 3. Do another Medica here. Everyone's just a little bit low. Alright, well there you go. So that's Nabrialis. Oh shit, ow. I feel like there's still so much more that fight would have to offer. But, yeah. Secret Ascian man, down he goes. Because they didn't do the extreme version of it. It's as close as we get. Nicely done, everyone. I mean, that was perfectly executed, really, wasn't it? You've got to notice the buff or hear the other healer's swiftcast. Hear the other healer's swiftcast. Hold on, is swiftcast such a distinctive sounding skill that you can hear it? And therefore you can guess? WP, have I ever played 11? No, I've never played 11. I've never even really looked at 11. I had a comment from one of you guys. I remarked that so many of these skill names are really arcane and crazy. And somebody dropped a comment saying they're references to FF11. Which is cool, but I mean, it still just moves the goalposts, doesn't it? Okay, so the FF11 skill name's crazy and ridiculous. It doesn't sort of absolve the criticism in my mind. But yeah, apparently they're all FF11 names. I have no connection to the game at all. I don't really even know. I mean, is this... Why are you asking me that now? Is there some kind of cool connection to it here? Great stuff, guys. Thank you for that. There's been Philia down on the ground. My thanks. So we preserved it. So what happened there? We killed him. What happened in the cutscene? We didn't see him go into any white aura site or anything, did we? We just dispersed his body for now. So he's just been ejected or whatever.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
How are you, Moenbryda? You took a real hit there. Oh. Oh, here we go. I guess this is where we get it. There's a small text that pops up near them when they use it too. You can check if anyone's hard casting. That will be something I guess I have to get used to
You
playing.
may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come?
Yeah, this is like that thing of, what was that thing that the IRA said to Margaret Thatcher? They said something like when a car bomb failed or something. They said to her, yeah, you got lucky. The thing is, we only have to get lucky once. You have to get lucky every time. They said something like that to her. That's basically what he's... I think that's right that I'm talking about there. I think all my knowledge is so precarious. It's like teetering over a chasm of like citation needed. I think that's the thing.
Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
Oh, look at him gloating there. If only we had a way to destroy him. Like this. Alright, but be a little bit less leisurely about it, Minfilia. Fuck me. He's leaving.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
Oh, this is very, like, childish anime. Let's announce our moves level stuff. Oh! Okay, no, fair enough. It's happening straight away. He's so nasally. He is. That's why it's important we deal with him.
What trickery is this?
Well, we've captured you in the soul gem.
No, no, we cannot, no!
But he'll only be trapped for a little while.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free.
All these crystals we collected with the Blessing of Light, right? Do they potentially have, like, entities in them as well? Souls, soul fragments? We were getting from each Primal. Do I get to use the staff? Oh my god, I am truly Louis Soir. Look at this. It's happening, guys. I look like him.
Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light.
Oh my god, we've picked a cool-looking character to follow in Louis Soir's footsteps. It's not quite a bow this time.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the Blessing of Light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
So we're drawing all the ether from the land, enough, like, to have summoned the 12 gods, and it's still not enough. You know, this is one of those moments where if this was a normal Final Fantasy game, there would definitely be a CGI cutscene right now, right? Showing it all.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Oh my god, Tremor looks devastated.
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
Something's happened to her.
If only we had a bit more ether.
How can we get more? What are you thinking, Moenbryda?
Moenbryda, what are you doing?
Master Louis Soir, I understand now. the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
I love that she thinks of Urianger in this moment.
Moenbryda! No! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Moenbryda. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead.
Yeah, so Moenbryda is not in the story for very long. She comes in and she dies. This is the first character death? Question mark? The Ascian is dead. So yeah, I guess people are made of Aether, or their souls are made of Aether. You remember that Aether returns to the life stream or whatever when they die. So she sort of weaponized her own. An expert in ethereal manipulation and all that. She knew it was possible. Tremor looking very sad there. And she's cool. She kind of bursts into the scene. Got a lot of character.
This device is a legacy of Moenbryda's toils and sacrifice.
Both character and competence. The magic combo. And of course, the light that the light that shines too bright cannot burn for long. Brines.
I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Okay.
Minfilia, are you all right?
Hello, everyone. Where have you all been? Conveniently out of the scene for a minute.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
Oh god, we're gonna have to give
What
the news.
happened here? Where is Moenbryda?
We're gonna have to give the news to Urianger. Yeah, I think they give her such a badass axe because they know they're about to axe her. In the next
She
scene.
gave her life to temper the blade of light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
But guys, this is a major thing. We just killed an Ascian. The Scions probably don't contemplate how insane that is. But even still, they know it's a big deal.
Does Urianger know?
Hello everyone, I brought tea. How's it going? And then his face drops.
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
She's this game's Tybalt. I mean, kind of, I guess. Yeah, maybe there are some parallels there. Obviously, Tybalt slash, you know, Forgul slash Siren.
I heard all, my lady.
Oh dear.
The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moenbryda hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not?
Okay, sorry, I have to take issue with chat here. Corey says Tybalt was in the game way longer. Not at all. No way. No way. Tybalt, alright, no matter which of those characters you have, there are 2 arcs with that character. There's the initial order thing, and there's the lesser race arc. And there is not much dialogue. You remember it as way more than it is. I bet it's about on par. I bet if you listed up... The issue, I would say, you could list up the scripts and you'd see Moenbryda has about the same amount, if not more. But Guild Wars does have a lot for them, but it's spread across like a billion different branches, and you're only going to see one. You only see one of the 5 lesser races. You only see one of the potential branches in the Order's storyline or whatever. Those characters are not in it as long as you think that they are. They're really not. The reason Tibble is the one everyone always talks about, there's 3 characters, but people always talk about Tibble, is because despite the very short screen time, he's so bubbly and fun, and there's that comedy to him. He's very memorable. He hits you hard very quickly. That's why he's such a well-written character. They have limited time, and he's big on the stage in that limited time. People don't really think about some of the other characters because their archetypes are more slow burners, and they get ripped out away just as hastily. But yeah, I would say total cutscene length and screen time. It's very comparable. It is.
Long ago, far across the seas in the Sharlayan motherland, Moenbryda and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix.
Hornstruggle says there's also 10 levels between each stage in Guild Wars. And now there is. There wasn't always. That's not how it was always structured. So I don't know whether I really credit that. I'm just talking purely time spent with the character, number of times you can click on them, speak to them, listen to their voice acting, shit like that. That's all I mean specifically. It feels longer because, guys, the longer it's been since you play these things, the more you forget the nitty-gritty details of how they actually were. It's why everyone thinks Guild Wars 1 is way better than it is and all this kind of stuff, you know. You begin to... It's a vibe you remember, not a specific you remember, and if the vibe is positive, then you tend to expand it in your own mind or whatever. Yeah.
Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom.
So Louisoix sacrificed himself with the staff before, and now the staff has asked for another sacrifice, really, here, with Moenbryda. Let's hope we never have to use it again, and there won't be a third.
Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Sharlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moenbryda. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence.
Oh dear.
Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moenbryda discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer.
Now it's too late.
Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart.
Oh man, he's good. He's doing good with the voice acting here. Sounds really calm.
Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moenbryda truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end?
Yeah, I mean, literally like 5 minutes ago.
The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moenbryda, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moenbryda gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Aether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moenbryda in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
I like how there's a different reason for him being at the Waking Sands, essentially, now. I'm glad my staff wasn't comedically chattering around that entire time. In chat, someone mentioned Belinda, Guild Wars 2's Belinda. Now, that's a much better character to compare to Moenbryda, I think, specifically because of the eras the game we're in. These are characters that were both introduced in the equivalent of Living World, both made to be killed off soon afterwards. You know, which ones resonated, which one didn't. I can very much imagine a Guild Wars 2 player, someone who played both of these games, comparing Belinda to Moenbryda, because they're both they're from the same era, the same everything, really. Of course, I never played 14 back then. I don't know how people took to this death. She was counting on the theory that a soul's Aether burns the brightest at the moments of its passing, a scholar until the very end. And is that true, I guess? If you're curious about the specifics of what went on with Louisoix, there's a ton of shit. There's a whole other Primal involved in that story that I can't wait to see. That story's crazy, and I haven't played it for ages. Our list of grievances against the Ascians was already overlong. Must they continue to add to it? Would that we'd arrived a few moments sooner, just a few moments. Well, I still don't know what we would have done then. Would we have been able to summon the Aether? Oh, Moon, I miss you so much already. Is that something I should remember or think about? That a soul's Aether burns brightest moments after... in its last moments? Oh man, it got very quiet. Never have I seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlian Manor to celebrate Moenbryda's life, and as we mourn her passing. I get given a materia, I guess. Let's do determination. I'm not sure what determination does. Health, maybe? Stun resist? Leffy says, I think neither resonated. If anything, I felt like Belinda's death was more shocking anyway. Belinda's... my memory of the whole Belinda thing was... it was fine, right? Like, I think the only bit that felt a bit off to me or iffy about the delivery of that story was... And the main topic of conversation was... Listen, it's so weird. We're talking about something so long ago, and yet, really, I feel like we're still in the midst of the conversation. But, there's that cutscene where she's tied up by the vines and stuff. And there's very, very dramatic music. And it's very, you know... like, Marjorie's wailing and really upset and stuff. And it was a weird moment, because emotionally I was not there at all. And it felt like I was being asked to be there, and I wasn't. And it felt a bit... iffy or something. It was like, we've only known this character a couple of minutes, really. We barely know this character. Like, I just can't. And then the counter argument to that often online was people saying, well, yeah, you didn't know her, but you like Marjorie, don't you? And Marjorie's upset. Your heart should go out for Marjorie. You're seeing Marjorie cry, so you should cry. That kind of thing. And it's like, but that's not enough for me or whatever. It didn't really... Just because there's a character I like grieving. Here, though, we have Urianger is really upset, and I'm upset for him as well. But it's a bit more understated in this game. I can't believe I just said that this game's more understated. But in that moment, it is. Urianger's grief over this is quite captivating to me. Marjorie's grief was not captivating at all in any way. That was how I experienced that story beat anyway. And you never want this moment where the media goes for a big payoff and you're not on board. It just feels terrible. And that's why, people talk about why stories are so scared of being sincere nowadays, and they're so pulpy and they're so quippy and they're so light-hearted, and they don't just stand by something and go for something real. And it's because if they don't earn it in the minds of the audience, then the product as a whole gets condemned. It's really hard to earn it and pay it off. It's scary to do that. So if you keep it light and pulpy, you never really have to worry about that. There's a lot of pathos there. And you see that through Marvel and whatever, and what they call, insincere millennial writing or whatever. And that was one of those moments in Guild Wars. ArenaNet went for a sincere moment, and I think to many people they hadn't earned it. But, we're all different people, and everyone, some people's emotions are bubbling much more to the surface than others, and they can get really involved. And maybe they were devastated for Belinda's death. I mean, I certainly wasn't, but I can respect that other people can engage on that level. As Moenbryda was a native of Sharlayan, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? 'Tis a monument found at Ratherfrost, and is sacred to Thaliak, the garden deity of the City of Learning. Oh, Thaliak is the deity up at Sharlayan, really? There we shall pray for our dear friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. There's just so much to talk about in terms of delivering a character death in any piece of media, let alone within an MMO. What I will say is the structure of this game, with much more dialogue, and with cutscene support and more voice acting support and stuff, I think they can get a bit more out of it. I tend to prefer more emotionless storytelling and more understated stuff. The Urianger reaction there gets to me far more than like more blatant despair. I don't know. I guess it depends on your taste and how much, what different kinds of storytelling you like or whatever. Let's not call people tasteless or whatever. Hey, thank you very much for... Oh, Naroshi, it's good to see you. Thanks for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Also, a Seraph armor made it look very generic. Well, look, they've still got an issue, even to this day. I was talking about in Janthier Wilds last month. They've still got an issue in that game with cutscenes. Feeling... I don't know, something about it. The haziness, the mocap, the movement, it's all very simish or something. It's just, and it's very easy to fall out of it in Guild Wars. And I credit that cutscene as not being a bad one. The vines wrapping around her and stuff was pretty good. I also seem to remember there was data mining that suggests they chopped and changed that cutscene a lot. Was it data mining or was it a dev stream that showed? I think they were really... Maybe it was one of their official live streams. They talked about all the things they were concerned about with that scene, like... It had changed a lot. I can't remember what the change was, but there was a lot more to that scene of Belinda's death. I think maybe they had cut some voice acting or something, and it just plays out silently. But they'd actually voiced some lines that they felt didn't work in the end. This is funny with the sightseeing log up there. This is a bit like what I was just doing on the White Mage story. And look, lilies!
Forgive me, Moenbryda. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Could have easily been Minfilia there as well. That got battered. Oh look, Midgardsormr.
Life for death, a fair exchange.
He sees that as a fair exchange, even though that's an Ascian with X years of history.
Other bargains will be struck.
quite cold, isn't it? What other lives? For what other lives? Oh, I love this. Tremor lingering at the back, deep in thought. That was a very, like, main series Final Fantasy moment there. With the cutscene of everyone walking off, and yet we lingered. It kind of does feel like Midgarssormr's only in our mind, doesn't it, in a way? It's funny, no one else remarked on him there. Farewell, Moenbryda. We hardly knew you. But you were a force to be reckoned with. And think about it, right? In terms of patches, when did she arrive? 2.4, right? She wasn't in 2.3, was she? Or was she at the very end of 2.3? Oh my god, it's very quiet in here, very somber. Hello, Y'shtola. The rising stones feel somehow colder. Moenbryda always carried with her such an abundance of warmth and cheer. We must find some means of protecting ourselves from Ascian intrusions. There must be a way. I don't much feel like talking at the moment. If you could just give me some time. Oh, Ida, for once not being bubbly. Papalimo on the edge of the chair. I loathe to see Ida in such pain, but I have not the words to comfort her. Can you imagine it? I, Papalimo, the one who has an eloquent comment for every situation. I'm at a loss for words. I like you, Papalimo. Minfili, you're not going to sit with everyone? Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but a little. Forgive me, as antecedent is my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Tremor? I guess I do. Well, that, guys, is the end of the patch. Oh, well, I guess we get the cutscene. 'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But it is pain that we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louis Soir, Moenbryda, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Yeah, I'm glad that got mentioned, because that was a lot of deaths. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will not be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need to remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words. A reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Tremor. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. I'm just going to give you guys a little hint here. A lot of these characters are fucking doomed. So these scenes are all delicious to me. A victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on, towards the light of a new day. Interesting. This is like what they do at the end of full-on expansions, isn't it? And that's the end of the patch. So, now we have to wait for 2.55, which will be in another episode. I'm not going to leave it there, though, guys. I would like to do Odin before we tune out. I don't know if people are still here and want to play that with me. If we can get a party, that would be amazing. So, real quick, I'm going to go back to... I'm going to pray return to the Waking Sands here. And we will find... Urianger here at the Waking Sands. And by the way, the next quest, I don't actually think I can collect yet. Oh, I can, apparently. Mask of Grief. Oh, yeah, no, okay. So, for 2.55, there is a moment in like 3 or 4 quests from now where I'm not allowed to play any further until I speak to the outlandish man out in Mordona. And I do the Crystal Tower storyline. And we find out what Sid, Biggs, and Wedge and Co. have been up to. They're going to introduce a new character there, who is one of the absolute fan favorite characters of the entire goddamn franchise. So lots happening, really. And that will be the next episode, which is not a bonus episode. It is going to be a full-blown episode because it is main story-related stuff. The only issue is I don't know how I'm going to be able to play a lot of that content if we don't have 23 other people in-game playing, which might be really hard. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that. We might have to stage it on Kraken and rely on the matchmaker, which would mean we can't min-eye level it, which was really fun when we min-eye leveled it on Twitch before, and it took ages to get the whole group. It took forever, but we did manage to do it. We only did a single wing, so I don't know. But yeah, anyway, Primal Fear, this is the quest I want to grab. To tell you the truth, I don't know whether this came in with 0.5 or 5.5 or what. But Urianger looks beseechingly in my direction, fear in his eyes. Friend to the dawn, hear my plea. Tidings most ominous arrive from Gridania, a primal walketh the shroud. Those who have borne the eldritch spirit witness, and return to tell the tale, a vow that never before have they seen its like. The god's quiver doth investigate as we speak, and meseems Bowlord Lewin would welcome a capable adventurer's helping hand. Pray he thee to the seat of the first bow, and shine thy light upon the manor. So this is a side quest. This Odin thing is just basically a side quest. And it's so easy to miss because you have to get it from Urianger there. And then to complete it, you have to go into kind of a weird area of Gridania. And the only thing I remember about collecting this quest was that it's such a weird area of Gridania. In fact, this whole thing's very interesting, really. Primals are nearly always reserved for their own moments in the main story with a lot of conversation about them, and then you can go back and unlock the extreme or whatever. Primals are a big deal, but this entire time Odin has been wandering the forest in a fate, and then they just threw this quest in to do Odin as well. He's such an interesting, weird primal. There's no extreme for him. But look, we have to go back to the Archers Guild. Look at how cool this is. This is why I wanted to end the whole series with this, because we're like back where we started. Look how cool this is. But we're chock-a-block with things to cover. There's so much fucking going on. It's unreal. And this is a perfect time to squeeze it in, since this has been a slightly lighter episode. So Lewin, I've heard much of your deeds in recent days. You come to lend your strength to the Primal investigation. Yes, your aid is most welcome. So what is it? I shall proceed directly to the matter at hand. Though still unsubstantiated, ill rumours stir among the townspeople of late. Rumours of a shadow-clad knight who rides in the Shroud. Under normal circumstances, I would pay such idle ghost stories little heed. This time, however, we have reason to suspect. But we have naught to gain by rushing to judgment. I would have you go to the streets, speak with the people, hear the words with your own ears. It's funny, more like haunted, creepy stuff. There's so much of that here at Gridania, isn't there? Yeah, and that little room is so interesting to me. So easily missed, you know. So, we want to speak to some people in Gridania, I guess. One of them's outside the Archers Guild. Have you seen anything about a Primal? The Ghost Knight? I saw him. Clad from head to toe in armour that seemed forged from shadow itself. Galloping through the Shroud atop his hellsborn steed. Mark my words, the trees themselves were quivering in fear that night. I've not slept a wink since I returned. Okay, that's one. Next we could go back up to the main Aetherite, I suppose. And this fight, I don't know, chat, how many of you guys remember this fight or how it goes? How many of you have ever even done it min-eye level? I hope it has some cool mechanics. I'm telling you now, it just blows up and dies, normally. I don't know how much work they put into it, but it's weird. I almost wish that they didn't do any of this and they gave Odin his own space later. Yeah, I saw the Black Knight, after which I promptly fled for my dear life. Should you end up in my position, you'd be wise to do the same. I have my pride, but I'm not fool enough to cast my life away. Besides, one look was enough to know. This is a manifestation of pure evil. Were he to turn that massive sword against Gridania, all our lances as one could not hope to stand in his way. Uh-oh. Two other guys nearby, near the Carline canopy, I guess. Oh, I love my clothes at the sunset here. I'm like coordinating with the environment a little bit here. Yeah, I just, the Odin thing is so weird, you know, it's... And he's a big anthology topic. Hey, don't sneak up on me like that. Don't sneak up on me like that, friend. Forgive me, ever since espying a glimpse of that ghastly horseman, my heart won't stop racing. I knew the elementals would punish us sooner or later for daring to disobey the will. This is surely a sign of sinister happenings to come. Like, isn't Ascian even behind this Primal? Oh my god, the dash is so cool. Is he the Dark Knight teaser? That's an interesting idea. I don't think so, really. The Dark Knight story doesn't talk about Odin in any way. I saw him clear as day, or clear as night, as you might say, with my own 2 eyes. More fearsome than the rider was his ghastly steed. Sorry, more fearsome than the rider was his ghastly steed. I know not where you've travelled, but I can assure you, you've not seen more frightening a beast. One thing I can tell you, friend, there was no spectre or shadow. Nay, he was as solid as you or me. Yeah, I guess you were getting horses for doing all the extremes here, right? And then here comes Odin on a horse, but he doesn't have an extreme. Do you get a mount off of him? Does anyone know if there's a mount for Odin? And this is just one of the most obscure content pieces in this game. There are a couple of trials for the relic weapon grind as well. There's like a griffin you fight and another, but those fights as well like have almost no mechanics at all. They just sort of stand around and die. In fact, if you ever get those in a roulette, it's like a good day because it's going to be over in seconds, you know? Lewin, oh my god, look, the sun's setting. It's very dark in here suddenly. A knight, I guess they closed the shutters. A knight clad in shadow-forged armor, a mammoth sword, and hellspawn steed. It's clear now, our worst forebodings have proven most unfortunately prescient. Well, what is it? See, if you don't recollect this quest, it'll be hidden in like this hidden little instance. Very difficult to refine. A ghostly knight atop his baleful steed. It is as I feared. The rumours bear a most inauspicious resemblance to the references in ancient scripture describing Odin, the dark divinity. It is my suspicion that the dark horseman of rumour is indeed Odin, and furthermore, that this malevolent presence is a primal. And yet, before the god's quiver takes action, I would seek the counsel of one verse in the holy writings. Make for Quarry Mill and seek out brother Oapesi. I would know what he knows and be swift. If Odin truly has come to the Shroud, time is not on our side. Oh my god, I thought this was just going to be a quest where they say, hey, go to the entrance. I guess not. Is this guy going to give us some busy work? What am I in for here? Maybe I should check on Wiki, actually. I'm going to do that. I can't remember what the Odin trial is called. Urth's Mount, I think, maybe. Urth's Fount, it's called. And the quest is called Fear in Odin and the Shroud. And the quest we're on is the Dark Divinity. Oh god, we got a couple, guys. Well, there's a whole quest chain. Alright, there's 2 quests after this. Hello. Oh look, it's another Padgel. Hello. I am Oapesi. I should have guessed from the name there. And you must be the adventurer I've been expecting. Ah, yes, Odin, the Dark Divinity. Bowlord Lewin is understandably distressed at his arrival. As one who has read the scriptures, however, I am not entirely surprised. Odin, as the ancient writings have it, rode forth into our world, wielding a dark blade capable of cleaving the earth and heavens. By his fell blade did perish Earth herself, and countless multitudes of her people. So Earth is a person. At long last, the great hero of Alec did arise to do battle with the dark god. Odin was slain and his spirit sealed within a forest spring. For years this was thought to be a mere wives' tale, a ghost story told by mothers to frighten the young ones into obedience. But recent archaeological studies at Allegan ruins have unearthed damning evidence to the contrary, and now these rumours... The scriptures claim that the dark divinity slumbers in Earth's Fount, deep in the heart of the Shroud, where the power of crystal confines him. I have ventured into the forest and seen the crystal with my own eyes. But that was many years ago. It's entirely within the realm of possibility that something's gone terribly awry, and the fetters of the crystal confine the dark divinity no longer. I would send you to Earth's Fount to investigate the matter, but be forewarned, your path will not be an easy one. Should any evil spirit stand in your way, the water of cleansing should avail you. Okay. So Earth's Fount is over there. Oh, this is the area. I've not really been here on the playthrough yet. Between episodes I came here, there was a brief moment. Which is funny, because this is right near the start. This is where we began. But look, you got this cave here. And this is not it. Wait, what? No, it is it. You go through the cave, and you go out into like some marshy, watery lands, if I remember rightly. Yeah, here. And you worm your way along this. Oh, and this is where the fate was, actually, isn't it? I think, that I tried to do. No, not here. Just turn the minimap on, goddamn. Oh my god, epic music for us fighting a wild hog. Yeah, this is where the fate procced. I was doing the fate right here. So the Earth seal. You can interact with the crystal. Chill wind rustles the leaves about me. It's a ghost called the Last of the Alligans. Oh my god, it's really tanky. Get in there, Topaz. I'm not going to avoid this because... Oh no, we got silenced. It was worth moving. You're going to have to cast quite a lot of Earth in this. Jesus Christ, I do so little damage. Is this a gear thing? I heard healers didn't actually do that much less damage. I got silenced again from that. I thought I was out of range. Probably want to turn it down a little bit there as well. Actually. I love his little squeaks. Alright, there we go. It's like a ghost with a tail. So it's cleansed. Obtain the Sundered Binding Stone from Earth's Seal. This stone may have been the only thing preventing the elder Primal Odin's return to Eorzea. Now the stone is destroyed. Okay. So we're all good. Let's teleport back. What? WP left Guild Wars 2? I thought he was about getting back, but if even he left the wagon, I guess dire times indeed. I didn't leave the game. I did a Let's Play on it last month, and I'll be playing it again in 2 weeks. The crystalline jail that held the Dark Divinity in check, were you able to ascertain what has become of it? Well, here. Magical energy still remains within the stone, though its powers have grown dim. What's more, behold how the stone has been cleaved clear in twain. By Odin's fell blade, there can be no doubt. Yes, there can be no doubt as to the identity of our unwelcome guest, and yet it is almost curious. If the Dark Divinity rides free, why does he tarry in the Shroud? Any road, you're to be commended for your bravery, adventurer. Simi is preparing a report on this very matter as we speak. I'd be most grateful if you could share your findings with her as well. Right, okay, this person over here. And this is the last quest, whoever this is. So it is indeed as we feared. The seal of Earth's Fount has been broken and the Dark Divinity rides again. I must draft a report immediately. So who summoned him though? So he was already summoned. He's just been trapped for ages? But doesn't someone need to be continuously summoning it? Because with the Bahamut thing trapped in the moon, I'm pretty sure there's an issue there, which is someone needs to keep summoning him. So the story is that the Alligans not only imprisoned him, but the summoners as well. You guys will see it when we get into coils. So what about in this story? Your assistance in the investigation has proven invaluable, adventurer. You have our thanks. Without your aid, I have finally managed to complete my report, a thorough survey of all eyewitness reports, along with the most credible theories regarding the Dark Divinity's presence in the Shroud. I intend to deliver my copies of the report to Brother O. Apepsy and Bolord Lu and myself. The Scions too will be no doubt eager to learn of our findings. I'd be most appreciative if you could deliver a copy to Urianger in my stead. My duty demands that I remain composed, but in all truth, I fear for the fate of our people. Should the time come that the Dark Divinity draws his blade against Gridania, promise me that we can count on your aid. Right, we're going to the Waking Sands again. No, that's Mask of Grief. Well, we are, Jesus. Very weird story, this one. Odin is just built different. Actually, I kind of like that, yeah. I like that he's special in some way. I don't know. But the thing is, though, this whole story is about the logic of primals and the summoning and stopping them. I don't think they can just throw in a, you know, a Tom Bombadil style question mark with Odin and just never go back to it. Unless I'm wrong about that prayer thing, which I might be. Yeah, as we all know, playing another game means you quit it, the previous one, forever. Yeah, it's just people salty about Guild Wars that want like that affirmed in some way, you know, so you'll get them wandering in and then wandering out again. Tremor, I am most heartened by thy safe return. Wert thou able to cast light on the shadows and haunt thy shroud? Well, a little bit. Here's a list documenting all the recent sightings. So it is true. Having awake, this is kind of bad. Look, let's just say Urianger is still grieving. He's just thrown himself into his work. Having awakened from nigh eternal slumber, the dark divinity now rides free in the shroud. Whilst you were afield, I immersed myself in the scriptures. The more I scoured the words, the more I did realize that the writings draw heavily upon Allegan historical chronicles. History is quite a fascinating beast, is it not? One nation's glory is another's suffering. One nation's great hero, another's most abhorrent villain. I mean not to speak in platitudes, only to say that there is never but a single side to any story, even a story that is presented as a historical fact. To what end did the great hero of Alleg seal Odin in the jail of Crystal? What impels the dark divinity to ride once again? Cast thine light on the shadows of history, friend, that we might be delivered from the darkness. Okay. How? So the Dark Divinity we just finished. The next quest is Fear and Odin and the Shroud. Ah, this is the bit. Okay, look. See, we just finished the quest with Urianger there. It's done. It's not led into another. He doesn't have a quest about Odin for us now. He has Leviathan, Shiva, and some other generic ones about primals. I think the extreme unlocks, basically. There isn't anything. Now, so you're not led to anything now. Most players, if they've done these side quests, they'll think, blue quest, cool, I've done it. So that's it. They haven't unlocked the trial or anything, though. There's no blue quest that they can easily see. The only way now, so now you need to come over here to this blue quest. All right. Sorry, I thought this one was probably going to be hidden in that room. But no, we go over here. And even this seems a bit weird, that this is with the twin adders. Fear and Odin and the Shroud. There he is. Most urgent tidings. Your timing never fails to amaze. Unless I'm mistaken, you have knowledge of the Elder Primal Odin, correct? Kind of. It feels like we missed a bunch, though. As I thought, well, as you know, we have long pursued the Dark Divinity, from the pages of the arcane scripture to the Shroud itself. Finally, we have put a plan to put his prowling to an end. He has personally requested your aid in this venture and awaits you at Urth's Fount. Godspeed. All right, here we go, guys. I don't know. Do we have the people to do this? This would be really cool. And if we one-shot it, I demand that we have a couple of people AFK in the fight. We'll 6-man at min-eye level until it's an amazing fight and it's really captivating. I want all the anthology stuff in this game, basically, to be epic and really cool. Can we fly, like, right... Can we fly directly up there, like, through the trees up here? This is good. It's nighttime. This is very fitting. I don't think he has a particularly unique arena. I don't think he has unique music. The story seems a bit hand-wavy. I would love to know more about, like, the dev background behind this or, like, any weird quotes or whatever. We're not really subject matter experts on this game, really. Some of us are. So anyone out there? Adventurer, thanks for coming. We seek the Dark Divinity and you must be made privy to the plan. Okay. As you know, Odin hunts in this forest. We would banish him from the Shroud. Yet, in actual fact, he has fallen before countless adventurers already. By all rights, the Primal should plague us no more. Yeah, then the fate, right? Yet, though again and again he is vanquished, he rises always to charge the 12's wood. His constant reappearance is perplexing, to say the least, and raises two questions. Who summons him, and how does he change his visage upon manifestation? Because remember, as I mentioned with the fate, the last person who killed... He looks like the last person who killed him. Odin is alone amongst the Primals in these aspects. Indeed, I can find not a single sentence in the scriptures that sheds light on this devilish ability. There is no answer in the words writ of the pen. Now the sword must serve. Our plan is to send a band of adventurers against the Dark Divinity. Brother Sumi Yan, my master, and I will observe the battle from afar. We believe seeing the moment of Odin's defeat may give us a clue. one that will lead to uncovering the truth of the Primal that has escaped us thus far. Naturally, this hinges upon the company's victory. No one but the Warrior of Light could hope to survive the battle, hence I've asked you here. Indeed, without you, our venture is doomed to fail. To failure, sorry. So I implore you, lend us your strength. If you acquiesce, I shall invoke the power of the elementals and draw the dark divinity to the spring. So here we go. I can now put it on Party Finder. Let's see what we got, shall we? Trials. Urth's Fount, you'll see, and it's quite high up there, actually. It's listed above the hard mode things. And this is rare. You never really get this in the roulette. Never. People don't find this or play this very much. There you go. It's on, guys, if you guys want to join. And in the meantime, I'll read the entry description here. Urth's Fount. In the moons following the Calamity, myriad rumors of ghastly creatures stalking the Twelveswood began spreading across the realm like wildfire. While most of the rumors have since been deemed unfounded, there is one series of events that has remained difficult to cast off as merely the ravings of broken-minded smallfolk. That concerning the supposed Dark Rider of the Shroud. After deaths of several attributed to this mysterious figure, Seedseer O. Apesi sought communion with the spirits of the Twelveswood, only to learn that the rider was none other than the Elder Primal Odin. Like, they call him an Elder Primal here as well. Slain in the Third Era by an Allegan hero. Why and how the Primal is returned to Eorzea remains a mystery, one now in the capable hands of Eorzea's adventurers. Well, this is looking worrying. I don't know, guys. We only have 2 people. Oh, God. I'll tell you what, if we can't get a party for this, I'll just start the next episode with it. Urth's Fount. The min eye level for this is 95, according to Wiki. Oh, yeah, good point, actually. Fuck. And my eye level is 63. That's so low. Oh, shit. But I'll tell you what, here, I'll show you what it's like to spend our tomestones here. 95 is quite high. I hope he's strong enough to withstand 95. Oh, Hornswoggle said there's 5 patches between the last quest of the chain and this one. So we jump forward by almost 18 months. Wait, what do you mean? Hold on. No, it says patch 2.5. Oh, I see. Those patches have slowly been trickling out throughout the season, have they? Those little story updates. Okay, where is the... It's here. Sundry Splendors. Rowena's representative. This one's real close in Gridania, isn't it? Right, so we go healer. And then what you can do is you can say Ironworks gear. And... what I'll do is I'll get the right-hand side of the build. So it's 2 rings, plus a bracelet, plus a choker, plus some earrings. So that's all the jewelry, and now that we equip that, which we can't do while we're equipped here with this. Oh, we're at 88. So that's fine. And then, well, the thing, and then a weapon maybe? Ah, we're a couple of tomestones short of a weapon. Oh, or in fact, maybe I could just equip... Oh no, but that earring scales to my level and everything, doesn't it? I actually didn't need to buy the earrings. Alright. Well, okay, so guys, what I will do then... That really upsets me. What I will do is I'll stop this episode. Since we don't really have any people here to do this, and we're not going to be able to matchmake in it. It's with the spuds or bust, basically. Unless I set up the party finder wrong or something. So what we'll do is we'll leave it there. We'll do Odin. We'll squeeze him in on one of the bonus episodes or something next time when more people are around. And in the meantime, I can get a couple more tomestones. And with the tomestones, I'll have a high enough min-eye level as well. Thank you to you guys who came to try to form this party. It's unfortunate we couldn't do that there. So thank you, everybody. Join me next time. The Gold Saucer came out with this patch, so we've got plenty of fun things to do. We still have 4 dungeons we haven't played. And then we'll be off to the end of the story. All this stuff about Uldar and about the Crystal Braves. And that strange thing that happened with the weapons there earlier. Lots to think about. and then how it all segues ultimately into Heaven's Ward. Thank you, guys. Hope you enjoyed. Take care now. Have a good day. And enjoy your weekends as well, I guess. I'll see you guys soon. Farewell, guys. Bye-bye.